and deal with all the problems as they come along. We just ask you to be present with us tonight. Just give us wisdom, give us discernment, help us to have a heart to serve. In your holy name we pray. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, at this time, do we have any additions or changes to the agenda?
I would like to, on awards and presentations, pull the update on Wakulla Springs.
So,
and also on my commissioner agenda items, I'm pulling item B, CST.
And on consent, I'd like to pull item 18.
all right, is there any more additions or changes to the agenda?
To approve as amended. Second.
The motion made and second. All in favor to approve the agenda?
Aye.
Okay, do we have any citizens to be heard, Paige, for the first section? Our first citizen to be heard is Bob Danzy, that will be followed by Victor Lambu.
Hi, my name is Bob Danzy, and I certainly appreciate you giving us the opportunity to speak about things that are important to us. The first thing I'd like to say, I know that Mr. Ballard is here, Bob Ballard with TCC, and I spoke with him out in the lobby before the meeting started, and I just wanted to tell you what I told him, is that I certainly support the campground over at Wakulla Springs moving forward. I know it's on hold right now. I just wanted to make that public and support that again. The other thing is Commissioner Kessler has an agenda item under Commissioner agenda items A. It is to reduce the public utility service tax from 7 to 6%. And I'll be the first one to tell you I'm all about lower taxes. I almost will always support anybody that does that, but I believe this is political. I believe this is done to put the two commissioners that's running for office in bad light if they would vote to not lower taxes. So I would encourage you not to even give this a second. Thank you.
Our next speaker is going to be Mr. Victor Lambu.
I'm Vic Lambu. I used to reside at 272 Pine Lane in Buck Forest, but because of some unwise decisions made by you commissioners, I was forced to move to 1 Cave Avenue. I believe this street was named in honor of our District 4 Commissioner. Now 1 Cave Avenue is located at the end of a long, dark tunnel. It's really a cave. This is why one of you decided to call it Cave Avenue. From where I reside, I see in the distance, the other end of the Cave Avenue, a beckoning, brilliant, beautiful, shining light. The road from where I live to the end of that brilliant, beautiful light is very rough, snowed with boulders and all kinds of obstructions. Once upon a time, this road was smooth and well lighted, but 4 of you decided you did not trust your citizens. So you dump boulders and all kinds of obstructions on that road. As I look down my road, I see a beckoning, beautiful, brilliant, shining light in the distance. I realize it will take us many days to reach that beckoning light, but we will do it. We will get there. We have calculated it will take us until November the 4th to reach it. Now, who are these citizens on Cave Avenue? Some have PhDs and the training and knowledge that one of you insinuated was a huge impediment to making informed decisions. Sounds like to me book burning, or pretty close to it. Cave Avenue has brilliant, self-taught citizens and others with various degrees of education, but we do not discriminate there. But we do believe our wetlands need local protection, and that is essential for our local economy and health and welfare of all our citizens. And if that is a definition of a radical environmentalist, I plead guilty. Thank you.
Our next citizen.
Good evening. My name is Steve Cushman. I just live at 233 Clark Road. I know Mr. Kessler knows where that is because he's filed 3 complaints about the hatchery that I'm running down there as my hobby, because evidently you're not allowed to have hobbies in this county anymore. But that's not what I'm really here to talk about. I'm here to talk about what happened in the last meeting, and particularly what Dana Peck said in the last meeting. And it's my opinion that Dana Peck owes this board an apology. She owes all 10 of my students at WI an apology, and since Bob Ballard is here, I think she can apologize to him too. She said, and I quote in her speech, "Students who are promised $7,500 in materials have not received that material so they can start growing." That picture has $54,000 worth of that material sitting in the background of it. It was taken the day she said this. Those cages don't come assembled, they have to be assembled. And those students have worked for 3 months to get that accomplished. 3 months. And I know that because I hauled that stuff here from Jacksonville on my expense. I helped put it together. Dana Peck outright lied about it, and I don't think this is a public forum for her to come up here and lie about what she thinks she knows about. She can file all the public records requests she wants to, but so can I, and she's well aware that I have. This is not the place for her to air her meaningful life, or lack of, whatever she wants to call it. She's the one that said she worked as a journalism professor for a middle-level college. But this isn't the place. This is a place for county business to be conducted, and if she wants to continue on that road, I'll start checking into her and do more public records requests, and we'll see how much we can dig up on her. I will give her a piece of advice, since she doesn't like the weeds growing on the 50 acres WI owns. I have a lot of power equipment. You set the date, I'll bring the equipment and the gas. Me and you will clean that to your satisfaction, if that works for you.
Yes, it is. This is citizens to be heard.
I'm letting her hear it. Thank you.
What did you say, Randall?
I wouldn't let people
Yeah.
podium talk to the audience.
As we're going future for future reference, we want you just come up here and address. There's not going to be dialogue with the commission, but at the same time, you know, we don't want to enter dialogue with others. John Trice.
I mean, you're going to grow all these oysters and do all this oyster planting. Years ago when Luther Tucker, some of y'all remember, some of you not old enough, you wasn't around in this part of the country, and Bobby Russ was our senator, and they had an oyster planting thing that went on in this county. It helped the oyster industry. If you want to grow oysters, you need to go back to that. You need to go out to these bars where the oysters uncover every day and die on top of the bars. Get a big barge, load them oysters on that barge, and take them and put them in the water where they'll grow. That will solve Wakulla County oyster. You need to put somebody that ain't got all these stuff about how to grow little spatty oysters and crap, that's oystered all his life, that knows about oyster. Not somebody that just reads a book and tells you how to grow oyster. Somebody that knows about oyster. Because you can read a book about all you want to read. You can read about growing corn and go out there and half the time your corn crop won't grow. But if you're a farmer and you've grown corn all your life, you can go out and grow a good corn crop. and it's anything about fishing and everything else. I don't know how much this man knows. I've read about a lot of stuff in the paper that people has proved that he don't know, so that's all I can say about it. I know Dana has come up with a lot of stuff that she knows, and she got an award this last week that was in the paper. So he needs to get up here or get out and show people what he can do. Don't get up here and beat his drum about stuff he can do. But I know that you can do it, and I have seen it done about oystering in my lifetime when I was 14, 15 years old, when they took them oysters and planted them in places with water and water holes from off of them dry bars. So if you want to help Wakulla County, get you a big barge, take that money that you got, and do that with it. Plant the oysters where they'll stay in the water and grow. And that will help the oyster business in Wakulla County. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Mr. Trotter. That concludes our citizens to be heard section. We're going to move on into our public hearings. We have our first public hearing to conduct a public hearing to consider adopting ordinance providing a referendum election be held for the purpose of determining whether the county charter should be amended to require the board to adopt a debt policy.
So moved. Second.
Okay, we have a motion made and second. We have a citizen to speak on this issue, Mr. John Shuff.
I just filled out the card in case there's any questions. You want to briefly explain what it is for the, I guess, some new people that...
Sure. This is a proposal that came forward from the Charter Review Commission. This would put a question on the November 4th ballot to ask citizens whether they would want the charter amended to require the county to adopt and adhere to a debt policy that's going to regulate the acceptance, issuance, and management of debt.
It doesn't say what that debt policy is. It just says the board shall form a debt policy.
That's correct.
If it's voted in. Okay.
And this is merely, mainly to vote to put it on the ballot to allow the citizens themselves to determine one way or the other. We won't be voting on this tonight. We won't be voting that it is or isn't. We'll just be voting that it will go, to allow it to go beyond the ballot for the citizens themselves to make the decision. Do we have any other discussion amongst the board?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is unneeded. We have a requirement that that has us balance budgets and act fiscally responsible. I also feel, as I voiced in the past, that any changes to that are brought in through a charter referendum or amendment should, and if not urgent, should be done during the presidential election year. Thank you.
We are, is my understanding, not to beat this to death, but if the Charter Review Committee comes up with a recommendation, we're supposed to put it on the ballot, correct?
That's correct.
We're not supposed to decide if we want to put it on the ballot. We're supposed to put it on the ballot.
So long as it's not inconsistent with general law or constitutional.
Right.
And I have views on each one of these, but whenever I go, like everyone else in November, to vote, I'm going to vote accordingly to myself, to the views of it. But this vote tonight would be merely to put it on the ballot for the citizens to decide,
Required to do.
which we're required to do.
So I assume you're going to vote no tonight.
I'm assuming that it's going to have 4 votes positive, and mine will be just an expression of that displeasure.
So let's ask the question, what if all 5 of us vote no? What happens?
The world comes to an end. Very easy question.
I mean, an interested party could file a mandamus suit against the county, which is basically a court would tell you to perform your duty and put it on the ballot.
The thing that we need people to know out there is if we vote yes to put this on the ballot tonight, all we're doing is giving people the right to vote.
That's
We're giving them the choice to vote yes or no. This doesn't mean that I agree with it or I disagree with it. We're mandated by the charter to put it on there. I would think we'd almost have an obligation to give people the right to vote. So I would encourage you to vote with us, and let's do this 5-0, and let's let the citizens decide how they want to go.
And-
One more word on that, if I could. It's my personal opinion, this is getting a little bit off topic, but I think each of us should vote on every item as if we were deciding it ourselves. I really don't approve of protest votes. And, you know, Howard, I have a lot of respect for you, but I think we as representatives of the citizens should vote on every item as if we were the one making the decision.
And I accept that, and I think that that's a point well taken, and I think that I'll express my displeasure each time, and Again, I think this is not the right way to be doing things, that we should be having this on a presidential election year, and I take Mr. Thomas's words as well.
I'm going to also throw in there that I am going to vote for this because I believe that it should go before the citizens to be voted on. But Commissioner Kessler, I do want to also remind you that for several months that you spent a lot of time going door to door saying that we, four commissioners, weren't wanting to put nothing on the ballot, and y'all asked for the wetlands initiative to be this year instead of the presidential election. Like so, this is an opportunity for you to do what you said you were going to do for 6 months.
Mr. Chairman, the citizens were forced into their action by the board. If we had an option to do this and bring this forward on our own, if the board had waited for a presidential year, excellent. But you chose to throw things out. You chose to change the comp plan. You chose to throw out the wetlands ordinance, to eliminate local controls. You chose to do that then. You didn't leave the citizens any choice, Mr. Chairman.
I'll call the question. This is getting out.
We got a motion made and second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
Mine was an aye as well.
Okay, next item.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next is also a referendum item from the Charter Review Commission. It's requesting board approval to conduct a public hearing and adopt a proposed ordinance providing for a referendum on the fund balance policy.
So moved.
Second. I have
We have a motion.
clarifying question I'd like to run out.
I have two citizens. Well, I have a citizen to speak on this real quick. And then we can get into this.
Absolutely.
John, was you? Okay. All right. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
In the ordinance itself, paragraph 2-3, it talks about verifying the physical address. But then,
That's the next item,
next
Ralph.
one.
This is the fund balance policy.
I'm sorry, I'm ahead of myself.
Which
Strike
we
that.
already have a fund balance policy, again, that we adhere to, and all this says is that the board shall have something we already have.
My second stands on that one as
Thank
well.
you, sir.
We'll address that one next.
And I'll raise the same issues I've raised before as my objection to this process, that this is redundancy of a law that is unneeded, and there's no need for the citizens to vote on this because we already have it. And also, again, that if we're going to be bringing things to the citizens, and if it is not time urgent, it should be going during a presidential election when most people vote.
Again, I'll make the point just so our people at prime time watching at home, we're basically compelled to put this on the referendum. We're basically compelled to vote for this because that's our charter says. If the Charter Review Committee votes and says it needs to be on a referendum, I don't know why I even have to vote on it, to be honest with you. It should just go straight to referendum, but anyway, I guess to give us something to talk about.
But, Commissioner Merritt, we wouldn't be here now had not this board voted to establish the Charter Review Committee that would bring things forward in a non-presidential year. Thank you.
We wouldn't be here if we didn't have a charter either, but we do have one. This suggestion that you brought up twice tonight, did you bring that forward, or do you know if anyone brought that forward for the Charter Review Committee to consider, to maybe make that something that's voted on, to make that change to our charter so it's only done during presidential year? Did you exercise the system in order to make that change that you think is needed?
No, I did not, Commissioner Thomas.
Okay, if we have any more discussion? We have a motion made and second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay. Third one, we have approval to conduct a public hearing and consider adopting ordinance providing a referendum election for the purpose of determining whether the county charter should be amended to require persons elected to county commission provide a voter registration card and an oath of residency declaring their intent to reside in a district from which elected within 30 days.
Did you have a change to this? I won't
Hold
spot
on,
the motion.
I got a couple of things to say about that. There's a revised ordinance that was
Is it
handed out to
revised?
you, and there is an additional 3 words that need to get struck from.
Would you be able to read that into record, the revision,
3
the
words?
3 words that need
Sure.
to be...
In Article 2 of the ordinance that has the proposed charter amendment itself, there was a change made earlier today by county staff to remove some wording about the if you resided within the district or within the county. I understand from the Charter Review Commission's attorney that that wording was originally included in there in case the county went to like a 7-member board in the future and there were some that were elected at large. But we've struck that wording so that it can reference our current composition. If that is done in the future, we can make those changes at that time. The additional wording that needs to be struck from this is in the last sentence. It says the person elected shall also provide their voter registration card, verifying their physical address in the district. We need to strike "or the county" since we're not including that in here, and then it will be finished within 30 days after election. So if you make a motion, I would ask that you make this change from the floor, and we can amend the
So
ordinance
moved with the
accordingly.
changes then. Ralph, you had,
You
if I get a second.
Second. That was basically where I was at with it also, but I just want to make sure that I'm tracking with you on that. So, in the question that's going to appear on the ballot, it did not mention the word district. But in the ordinance itself, page 2-3, it said verify the address in the district. So are you saying strike out the word district and they just simply verify the address that they live in the county?
No, it should be in the district, verifying their physical address in the district.
Because on the ballot language, it says verifying their physical address in the county within 30 days after the election. It doesn't mention district at all.
It says stating their intent to reside in the district in which elected and provide their voter registration card, verifying their physical I mean, you could change, I did not draft this, but you could, I don't think it would do harm to the intent.
It does say reside in the district.
But then it says provide their voter registration card, verifying their physical address in the county. And just a clarification, do we need to say district?
I don't think so. I think it says their intent to reside in the district. Another one just says verify your, it could just say physical address, and you could strike in the county altogether, and it would still mean the same
We
thing.
shouldn't have it one way in one place and another way in another place. We shouldn't have it in the district one and leave it out in the other. It should be in the district in both cases.
I think it's very important it says in the district in both cases, because that's one of the biggest issues that have been happening. Well, I'm not going to go that route, but the thing is that really needs to be stressed home is that when someone goes forward, that they live in the district that they say they live in. That's been an issue.
And again, this is...
And they're required to do that. I mean, that is under state law. I mean,
this is a really redundant one, but this just says you're going to follow state law. It's basically what it says.
Mhm.
You know, and I asked what the cost was. Howard, you remember when I talked about this?
Yep.
What's the cost to put this on the ballot? It really doesn't cost anything extra, I don't think. It came from the Charter Review Committee. It pretty much means nothing, in my opinion, except it may be morally someone would have to lie if they didn't live in their district. So that's really all it is.
if you want the ballot language to say verifying their physical address in the district, I think that is consistent with the intent of the item.
I'll change the motion then to reflect that, if you're right.
Second.
I think that's better.
I think it's better. Do we have a motion made and second? We have any
But
further?
let's make sure how that's going to read.
The ballot summary or the
Yes.
ordinance, Howard?
The ballot summary will be,
So-
shall the Charter of Wakulla County, Florida be amended to require persons elected to the county commission provide a notarized declaration and oath stating their intent to reside in the district in which elected, and provide their voter registration card verifying their physical address in the district within 30 days after the election.
Correct.
Just to be clear, this does not require them to live in the district when they run,
Correct.
which is the way it is now, which what state law says. It just says, if you run, let's say I run in Howard's district and I win, I just have to sign this card saying I'm going to live in this district. So it doesn't, I mean, most people think, and I think too, that you should have to live in your district even to qualify, but we can't do that by law.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
is that included in your motion?
Yes, it is.
This
And my second.
This proposal here, it says vanilla as you can get. There's no penalties involved in this.
Can't be.
There's only a perception penalty of the public. It has absolutely no teeth. We have a commissioner here probably today who is elected in a district, who very likely sleeps in that district one night a week maybe, How many nights a week do you sleep in your district, Howard?
How often do you come over, Jerry?
Let's not
Let's not go. Listen, I've got a
lot of new
motion.
people here, we don't want to give them a bad impression.
I have a motion made and seconded this. Let's go ahead and vote on this and move the meeting forward. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. All right. Wait.
Mr. Chairman,
Well-
did you want to speak on that?
Did you want to speak on that one? All right, because you passed on the other two. I just wanted, okay, come on. Well, we've already voted, but I want you to come on up and speak anyway if you wanted to speak.
Thank you. But there was another place, there were two sections in the ordinance that were a little confusing. They said that in the county, there was that one about in the middle, and then there was also the
It's already
one, so you
been
got
fixed.
both of them struck out?
Yeah.
It's already been
Okay.
fixed.
Yep.
Yes,
And, you know, it is a little lacking in teeth. We're really tied by what the Constitution allows you to do, but there are no state guidelines for residency, and at least we've got one or two guidelines that's better than almost anybody else, and we do have a code enforcement board, so with guidelines and an ordinance, if somebody wants to press charges, we can do that through our code enforcement.
Thank you. All right, item number 4, which would be to request board approval to conduct public hearing, consider adoption ordinance for land development code pertaining to plan unit. I'm going to hand that over to
So moved.
Louis.
Thank you for reading it for me, Richard. And then
Second.
Louis can explain it, of course.
Yes, Commissioners, this item was heard on July 14th, where the board suggested several changes, which appear on pages 9, 10, and 11 of Attachment 2 in red. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have on this, but basically, these are needed updates and clarifications to the planned unit development regulations of the county. We're recommending option 1 approval.
I have one citizen to speak on this, Bob Danzy.
Howard, were these changes clear now, what I was talking about that night?
Do we have a motion in a second?
Yes.
I'm
Yes.
sorry, I didn't miss
Yeah.
that.
Yes, I went over them today.
I'm going to,
I went over them today.
Okay.
go ahead, Bob.
Hi, my name is Bob Danzy. I'm going to oppose this. I'm of the opinion that this changes something. If I'm wrong, I stand corrected. A PUD zoning does not expire. I understand that. And right now, you get a PUD zoning along with a preliminary plat, which gives you the ability to go ahead and start building a subdivision. If this passes, right, and correct me if I'm wrong, but listen to me very well, so you would answer the right question. I believe that the preliminary plat is going to expire in 18 months after it's achieved. It costs roughly $100,000 to get one now. I spoke with Mr. Merritt about this. He said it'll be cheaper later, that he thought that might be better. But still, the preliminary plat, in my opinion, will expire. I think that hurts what poor amount of economy that we have now as far as the real estate world goes. So this is the purpose of asking you to vote against this. If we had a better economy here, or if maybe like in South Florida, I realize they do this. It's more appropriate there in a larger county that where there's more development and things happen faster. Here, things happen a little bit slower. So I'm very curious about my question and what I think, and maybe what Louis would have to say. But it's just my opinion. The preliminary plat would expire. Thank you.
Hey, that's the only citizen that I had to speak on it. Commissioner Moore indicated he had some comments he wanted to make.
Question for Louis, and I asked you this earlier today. Does the preliminary plat expire? Is there an expiration date on it?
Yes, all preliminary plats expire. Now, this ordinance as proposed separates the preliminary plat from the PUD process. Now, the advantage of that is that you can there's no limit on when you have to file your preliminary plat or how many preliminary plats you do. So presumably, you would not do a preliminary plat until you're ready to develop that, and you would not do the preliminary plat to the size of what you can reasonably expect to build or sell. In the past, we've had large PUDs with very large preliminary plats, and those never expire, they never go away. And if we had something similar, you would still have the PUD approval that would always be out there, but the developer would not come back and do the preliminary plat until he's ready to actually build that part. The preliminary plats do expire within 18 months, as always, so that would be the case with these.
Was there a time frame in here? I don't recall seeing a time frame in this proposed order.
This is a sea change in the way PUDs work, and I'm probably the only one on the board that has personally done a PUD on a piece of land in Wakulla. This is a lot better, because theoretically, right now, if you do a PUD, let me give you an example of that property I got. I did half-acre lots, and I spent a lot of money. Well, I happen to be an engineer, but I did my own engineering, but I had to do all the sewer plans, all the water plans, get all the permits up front, even to get a PUD approval. Now, it could be, I want this area to be 10 units the acre, I want this to be commercial, whereas before, I would have had to provide a commercial site plan, basically, right?
Yeah, and that's a big advantage of the way this is being done.
Lot more
You're having to submit permit level detail for very large projects, and that was not very efficient and not very realistic.
This brings a PUD designation, which in overall is a good idea, and I explained this to Bob when we talked. It takes it out of the realm of the super rich that can afford to get all those permits up front, and now somebody with modest means can apply to get their property zoned PUD.
But if someone has any idea that it's going to be an extended amount of time before they start construction, they need to hold off on their plat.
Preliminary plat, exactly. It's just like any other zoning
What you do
district.
is you hold off on that plat, because you know it's going to time out. You hold off on that preliminary before you move forward. Because every preliminary plat times out.
I
And that's been in the book since 1985, the 18 months.
I have a
That's
question.
just the way it's done.
I have a question on that. This person is halfway through their preliminary plat, and all of a sudden their finances change, the world changes. Now what do they do?
It's 18 months from when it's approved. They have to go to final plat.
So you're saying that's been on the books since '85, so that 18-month window is not changing as a result of this vote tonight?
It is, Bob is exactly right about the way PUD works now, all right? You get your zoning and your preliminary plat approval at the same time. What this is doing is separating the two out. Here's your zoning PUD.
So the applicant has a choice. They can do them both at the same time or not.
If they know they're going to build within 18 months, they can do them in close proximity, just like somebody coming in and doing a rezoning and a preliminary plat at the same time. Same thing. The PUDs are intended to have mixed uses on them. This is residential, this is industrial, this is commercial. So not a lot of people do them. They were abused in the past quite a bit, but a PUD is like for a Southwood or a Village of St. Mark's, for a lack of a better local designation, that has commercial and it has, so I think it's great.
And it was also for Shell Point, which we ran into some difficulties because of that.
That was one approved years and years and years ago.
And so when this does move forward under this system, there will come a time when all that detail will have to come forward.
For example, all the sewer permits, all the water permits, all the stormwater permits I had to get for my property, they have all expired. They're useless. So now I got a PUD where you supposedly have some vested preliminary plat, but I can't say the sewer plant's full. It's useless. And I want to, I might think the use is something else, like something higher density. I'd have to go back through the whole process all over again, and I just wasted all that money. So I
It
think
seems
this
to
is
me,
great.
if we vote for this, someone still has the ability to apply for both today, if they want to, and then they've got the 18-month window. Or they have the option that they can provide, they can do just the PUD today
That's
and the
correct.
preliminary plat. So if I'm understanding, it actually gives us more options.
Yes,
not
more
less.
options and more flexible.
And they can ask for an extension if they get into this.
Yeah, but hopefully,
Yes, you can
if you're a
request
developer,
extension.
you've never
Yeah, but-
hold a preliminary plat for 18 months.
Yeah, I know, but
Unless you
same time.
unless you happen to behold it, like Spears Crossing, for example, they had a preliminary plat. This is around East Ivan Road there, and the economy,
Thanks, then, yeah, everybody.
they're just
Right.
SOL, for
But
lack
they
of a better
can,
word.
they can ask for an extension on that.
Not for 2 or 3 years, though.
Planning Commission can grant an extension to the 18 months if there's good cause shown.
It can't be because I can't sell it, though. That's not a good cause.
So I'm gonna support this, but if there's some unforeseen circumstances that we're not aware of, then we could always revisit it at a...
Speaking from somebody who's done stuff like, this is a lot better in my opinion.
I'm gonna support it as well, because I believe that it does give more options and it does give more flexibility.
Please don't let that mean you vote against it, Howard.
No, I'm fully supportive of this. We discussed that before.
Yep.
It makes sense.
You want 3 years? Can we have a 3-year program on that?
No, let's not.
Why do you not want a 3-year?
For what?
You're treating a PUD plat different than a preliminary plat. If we just keep consistent, keep the rules the same.
That way, everything stays the same.
And we have.
Well, he's got to
He
fill
got-
out
he
he's
filled out a
got to
card?
fill out a card.
Then no, let's vote.
I do have a suggestion, though, something unrelated to that, just maybe a cleanup suggestion. Follow me here. Section 5-54 refers to approving the general plan of a development, which includes approval PUD, and then Section 5-54, paragraph 3, the new proposed section, refers to development plan. Section 5-55, paragraph 3, refers to master land use plan for development. Basically, we use 3 different terms for the same thing. I talked to Louis today. I make a suggestion that we clean that up and we just call it development plan in all 3 places. That way there's no confusion and there's no one expecting that there's different documents they're supposed to comply with.
You all right with that?
Yes, that makes sense.
I'll change my motion then to reflect that.
Can you go through that once more?
Absolutely. Section 5-54 refers to general plan of development, is the term that it uses.
What page is that on?
I'm not sure the page.
Page 5,
I'm gonna let
5
him
of
speak
attachment
before we
2.
vote.
Okay, 1 second.
All right, would you wanna let Ben speak before we vote on it?
It's up to you, Richard.
Okay.
It's in the first paragraph. Right here. The general plan of development. And then if you go to below where they strike it out, go to the new 5-54 subparagraph 3. It's referred to as just development plan instead of general plan of development. And then if you go to section 5-55 subparagraph 3, yeah. It's referred to as master land use plan of development. So it's the same
I'm good.
item, we just give it 3 different names.
I'm good.
I already changed my motion, so if you're good with the second.
Change my second.
Motion made second. I mean, I do have one more citizen that would like to speak on this before we vote. I was gonna allow Ben Boynton just to say, you know, and then we'll vote.
Thank you, Commissioner. I don't think 18 months is enough on the preliminary plat. I think 3 years is the proper time. It takes a while to get a project going. Once you get a plat approved, you have a number of subcontractors to deal with, and timing issues are insurmountable at times. So I'm going to suggest, and Leon County does this in 3-year time period. The PUD doesn't have a time period, but the preliminary plat needs 3 years. I can tell you from my experience.
And
And
it's
also,
18 today,
state
18
permits, the DEP, water, sewer is 3-year time period, so it goes in hand with the plat. Thanks.
I agree. These are Ben is a developer, and he's the person who's most affected by this and who most knows how this affects our building and our industry. And our industry is 2 things. It's on the coast, and it's building and developing. So
18 months has worked fine for years and years and years and years.
Well,
Everybody's operated under that rule. If somebody like Ben wanted to do that, he could phase his development.
section of code.
That's,
Phase
we
1
have
and
not
phase 2.
advertised that. That's not even, that section's not even being amended in this ordinance.
We
So,
could
something
come
you
back
wanna
and
do, it has to
adjust
come
that
back.
section later.
Make it consistent.
Treat all preliminary plat the same.
Treat them all the same. That's it.
All right, well, we have a motion made and second. All in...
I'm not opposed to supporting it 3 years, but if we bring it back as another item.
I think that's a big mistake.
do that.
I think it's a big mistake also.
I mean, if there's no support, I'm certainly...
I'm not going to support that. We need to treat everybody the same Doesn't matter what the zoning district
Well,
is.
treat everybody 3 years. I
Well,
mean,
how are
that's-
we not treating them the same, Randy?
Because you're saying treating somebody with a PUD zoning different than somebody with a RR1 zoning. They can only do a preliminary plat. I'm trying to think of what's a
Let's,
recent subdivision,
gonna ask for there not to be any, discussion from the audience. Thank you.
like, the farm subdivision. That was done as a preliminary plat and then a final plat. That's,
How long is the
Hey.
extension if they need beyond
I think
18
it was
months?
18 more months.
The code is not specific on that.
So,
And if
so
you're in the
there's-
middle of construction, surely,
And there unlimited number of extensions?
So at the end of 18 months, if they need
So-
another 18 months, they can get extended?
So we could work 18 months and then they could get an extension for 18.
Extensions are specifically allowed in the code, and
But
it
that
goes
would-
to the planning commission. The planning commission grants them, you do not.
That would solve the 3-year thing there.
you can have up to 3 years, yes, to build your,
You just have to...
whatever reason,
You just have to get an
you
extension.
want to take your time, but if it's in a boom year, you don't want to wait 3 years. Or you could phase your subdivision, you could do phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and then preliminary plat phase 1, final plat it, sell it. You're in development.
Commissioners, we're in the process of updating the subdivision section of the code, and we could bring that back as a consideration, as an option, but we're looking at that, we're trying to take sections at a time, for updating, and, I'd recommend that we just, get past the PUD, and we can bring that back.
Put some automatic extensions in there.
That'll be good.
If-
If you'll,
You know-
if you'll put some
If
extensions
it's under
in there.
construction.
Yeah.
I would hope the developers try not to pull out.
Well, of course, they want to build the homes as quick as they can, so if they delay, it's not something maybe their choice. But if you do the automatic extensions where the board doesn't have to the board changes and nobody wants any development or growth here,
Well, set up right now where the planning board would do that.
Doesn't even come to us. And Southwood, by the way, is about 40 units so far, and that's how they did theirs. But anyway.
Can we hear the language
Sure.
that she looked it up for us?
It's in section 721 of the code, land development code, time limit for submission. There's a bunch, it sets forward the 18 months, and then it says, however, extensions of time in which to submit a final plat shall normally be granted by the planning commission upon request and for good cause shown.
So no time frame, it's
No.
it's just allowed?
That's all it says.
Yeah.
And remember, too, that you can, in the past at least, I don't know, hopefully y'all change it, but in the past you could bond your improvements. We had people filing final plats and selling
Right.
lots with no roads even cleared and no sewer even built, right?
You can
That's
still
one
do
thing that got
that.
this county in a jam. Is it still like that?
Yes.
Well, it shouldn't be, but anyway, it is. So,
Well, as
regardless, you
they're
can...
bonded.
Yeah, but what they did was, not to get too much off track, they did irrevocable letters of credit from a bank, and let's say the bank goes away, your letter of credit just went away, now the county's stuck with a final plat with no money to pay for the infrastructure. But anyway.
So let's go ahead and vote on this particular issue, and then these other things we'll bring back at a later time. Okay, we have a motion made and second. All in favor of the
Aye.
motion?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Okay, next, number 5.
Yes, Commissioners, this is a consideration of an ordinance updating the effective date of the flood insurance study and flood insurance rate map.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made and second. I don't have any citizens to speak on this issue. Any discussion amongst commissioners?
This is a
Yeah.
very painful issue that we just have to do.
And all this is putting a new date in place that we have to do. We don't have a
Mandated by
choice
the
on it.
Government,
Mhm.
Yes.
Okay.
U.S. government.
All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed? And next, we're going to move into our awards and presentations. Our first one is recognition. This will be by, let's see, done by Commissioner Howard Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Florida's colleges are the primary point of access to higher education in Florida, with 65% of the state's high school graduates beginning by attending one or more of Florida's 28 colleges. These are the colleges. Dana Peck, now retired from teaching, writing and journalism at TCC, Tallahassee Community College, for, I think, about 15 years. I might be wrong on that. has earned induction into the Florida Association's Colleges Hall of Fame. The Hall of Fame nominees are individuals who have raised the level of awareness in community college athletics and academics through their distinguished achievement and excellence. Nominees must exemplify the highest standards of ethical conduct and moral character. Longevity without meaningful statewide impact does not constitute appropriate credentials for Hall of Fame consideration. This is about being recognized for being at the very top in the state in your field. Our county resident, Dana Peck, is recognized for being at the very top of the state competition and has earned induction into the Hall of Fame. And I'd like to call Dana Peck up here at this moment. Congratulations on your induction into the Florida College System Activities Association Hall of Fame 2014. Congratulations.
Less than 3 minutes.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I swear.
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
All right, it's okay. I appreciate you allowing this recognition to be on the agenda tonight. And I thought Hall of Fame was for like football players, basketball players, and rock stars, and I'm not one of those. So when Commissioner Kessler called me and asked me what I'd done to get this, I had to think about that a long, long time. And I thought you might be interested in it just a little bit. Frequently at TCC, when I leave my office and go to the newspaper production room, I would see colleagues and I'd say, well, I'm on my way to mold the next generation. And we'd all chuckle and laugh, because that's a bit of a chuckle and laugh. But probably no other faculty member on any college campus anywhere molds and influences the next generation more than the communications professor. And I have had the privilege in my career to have taught thousands of students, hundreds of newspaper students, hundreds of TV students, hundreds of PR students and advertising students. And those students have won in the state of Florida many, many, many awards for talents across the board. I have students who now over the years have emailed me or written me from their jobs as TV producers, as Florida reporters, newspaper reporters, even in sports and finance, who've written me from being in an international wire service. I even had a student who made the bestseller list for the New York Times writing about his experience as a soldier in Iraq. When you think about the millions of people in Florida, there are only, on any given day, at the very most, 20 of us in the state. And I think you would agree, if you think about the power of communication, that our reach has been very far across the country and the world and very long into the future. So thank you very much for this.
Thank you. Commissioner Kessler, the next presentation is also by you.
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At the One Stop Community Center this Saturday, I hope I'm giving the right time, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., there will be free school physicals conducted. The only thing people really need to bring with their youth are the proper forms that need to be filled out for the schools. So just want to re-emphasize that, and that'll be at our community center, the One Stop.
Income requirements, anybody? No income requirements?
Correct. It's free for anyone. You could be as rich as Commissioner more, or is...
Four is Commissioner Merritt.
There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, next, as chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, it gives me great pleasure to introduce Judge Dawn Coloca Johnson, who is here with us tonight, sitting over there. If you want to stand and let everyone...
Hi, y'all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Time to Wakulla County, by our Chief Judge, July 1st. Started out, I was in Leon County as a judge, 2009, and I've been with the court system since 1998 as a magistrate. And I look forward to serving Wakulla County at least for the next 2 years.
Thank you.
On behalf of the board, I welcome Judge Coloca Johnson to Wakulla County. Thank you.
Are you going to live down here?
Well, I have a farm in Sharon, but I will tell y'all that we fish out of St. Mark's almost every weekend. My daughter caught a 30-inch, it'll be a Saturday.
You might have pulled my daughter back in with a broke-down boat then this weekend.
We're out St. Mark's almost every weekend, and we enjoy it down here a lot.
Thank you, ma'am.
What a nice boat.
Okay, our next is applications of sailors to improve marine ecosystems. Dr. Thomas Manning, Ph.D.
Sandy Cook not here with you?
She's not here. She was pulled. Is Dr. Thomas Manning here? Thank you.
My name's Tom Manning, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to the Commission. Dr. Kessler sent me an email and invited me after I sent everybody a quick synopsis. We wanted to put in an experimental, small-scale artificial reef and something to test a way to grow oysters off the coast of Wakulla County. I wanted to give you a little background on myself. I graduated from Florida way back in 1990 and then worked at Florida State as what they call postdoc for a couple of years. For several years, we kept sailboats out of Shell Point and Spring Creek. I've been editor of Florida Scientist. That's a journal that concentrates on science that's done in the state. We own land down on the Santa Fe River in Gilchrist County, and ironically, if you're familiar with the gas pipeline from Sable Trail, it's going right through my property. We do, for 14 years, we've been doing a lot of work out in Alligator Point in the harbor and the marina, and probably for about the last 8 or 10 years, we've had space leased at the FSU Marine Lab. Married with 3 kids. I got 2 of them here, Sean and Morgan. And I've been at Valdosta State, which is right on the Florida-Georgia border, for 21 years. So we get this going. Something happens. Is there...
Never was.
There we go. This is part of a National Science Foundation project for something called I-Corps, and the goal is for us to commercialize research that we do at universities. We have a patent pending on a certain process associated with this. I want to point out 3 of the students that are here, Brittany, Tess, and Sydney. They've been working on this for coming up on 2 years now, of various aspects of it. A lot of this we've done down in the Florida Keys. We were in Washington, D.C. for a week, a couple weeks ago, where we had I spent a lot of time at meetings. They got to go out and do stuff. They met with a couple dozen congressmen from key areas. For example, they met with congressmen from Maryland and Virginia because of the oyster beds up there, off the coast of Georgia, Florida, Louisiana. A lot of that had to do with policy, more so than science or technology. We also met with the Army Corps of Engineers and the EPA to clarify policy to be sure what we're doing fits with existing rules and regulations, and it did. And that was kind of a sticky point for us because there was some vaguely worded stuff in there that we think had been misinterpreted over the years. So I want to give you a little background, because I'm not coming up here telling you I've been doing oysters for the last 20 years or artificial reefs, but I spent a lot of time around the water. Since roughly the year 2000, we've been doing a project we call Drugs from the Sea. You can see the lower right-hand corner, that's Alligator Point Marina, where for years we've hung stuff in the docks there. And long story short, what we do is grow bacterial films on different types of surfaces, from trees to metals to plastics. And then we scrape the bacterial films off and we look for medicinal activity, right? So, but along the way, let me point out that this was a very successful project, and it continues to be. We currently have our 4th antibiotic that just came out of preclinical trials, particularly against tuberculosis, and we've had 9 cancer drugs start preclinical trials up at NIH in Bethesda, and these are kind of, how do you say, they're built on each other, so it's a progressive type thing. But as we were doing this, as we were growing stuff on different surfaces, what we noticed is lots of other stuff grows on it. Just to give an example, we can have a piece of wood and we can coat it in, say, copper, zinc, magnesium, and a certain sugar, we get some things to grow. Then we change it to, say, iron, and we get something else to grow. So there was a selectivity there. And so over the years, what we've done is narrow this down, and we do everything now on wood, cellulose. Okay, and what I'm going to propose to you in terms of artificial reefs is kind of unique, although it's just almost common sense, is that our stuff is based on using cellulose or wood. And we're going to start on a small scale, but we'd like to push it to a large scale. First off, wood's part of the carbon cycle, right? So when you go out and you see dark water, most of that is plant and animal matter, mostly plant decaying, right? So it's out there. It's not, we're not introducing anything foreign. It's sustainable. A lot of people are going to ask, well, if you put a piece of wood in water, even if you make it sink, because you soaked it in something, is it going to go away? And the answer is yes. And that's what we want. When we're done, when we leave a piece of wood out there and it goes to the bottom and it has its nutrients and a whole bunch of stuff grows on it, whether it be oysters or invertebrates, when it's done, we want an ecosystem remaining. And this also, in the long run, it's kind of like a tree falling in a forest. When mushrooms pop up, ants, snakes, and everything else moves in, and when the wood's gone, there's a whole ecosystem there. Compared to things like steel and cement, it's converted to biomass. We'll see that actually we can speed up the growth of oysters using that. Lots of geometries are possible. I'm going to show you some small things that we'd like to do, hopefully gain your support for it. And flexibility is going to be key. We've done this down in the Keys on everything from places for octopus to hide to coral starting to grow. And it's also much easier to handle versus cement and steel. And I say this because I saw the draft of the Wakulla County plan for artificial reefs. Okay, so long story short, what we've narrowed it down to, what we do a lot of our stuff with, is bamboo and pine. And this was kind of a process of elimination to give you a worst possible scenario. Right, if I took cypress you put in the ocean, nothing grows on it. Okay, and that's why you buy it at Home Depot and they don't have to treat it. So long story short, on the left, bamboo, we've done lots of stuff with bamboo, but starting with bacterial films where we scrape them off and we see if that marine bacteria, that ocean bacteria, has made a drug, up until we're starting to grow bigger things on it now. And a huge advantage to bamboo is it has lots of surface area, and it's pretty rugged. And this is really not anything unique. If you go back and look at the history of oystering, for example, people have used bamboo stakes forever. Our little difference is we have a process where we treat it with nutrients and it just makes stuff grow faster, much like if you were to put Miragrow in a garden, same type of thing. On the right side, you can see slabs of pine. These are typically about 1 inch thick. We soak them for a couple of weeks and they sink to the bottom, right? They get to be denser than water. And the huge advantage to this is there's a phenomenal amount of pine out there, and it has no natural chemical defense system built in, so just about anything will grow on it. Okay, so I'll show you in a couple of future slides that oysters grow on this like crazy if you treat it properly. Okay? So this is, we were asked by the Key West Aquarium, if you've ever been down, it's a smaller aquarium, but they have a pen out back, and we've talked to them, and it's been kind of a verbal agreement for us to put in an artificial reef behind their aquarium, and it's about 30 by 30 by roughly 9 feet deep. And so I had a student draw up something, not 100% technically correct, but you can see the pine slabs. We'd actually use a steel cable, and this is in a nice big concrete structure, so we're not going to have little posts in the ground. And then there'll be a total of 15 of these things, roughly 5 by 3, right? And we anticipate all sorts of stuff over time growing. And we build this kind of as a green technology in that if this wood goes away, which it will, it can be easily replaced. You take you unclip the wire, you put a whole bunch of new wood on, you have another market for pine. So the two things that we'd like to do off the coast of Wakulla County, right? We're going to start with small scale. And this is just as an example. You have concrete pilings, and then you have your slabs of wood. There's a small spacer between them, and that's critical. For example, when we do oysters, right, if you don't have that, if you leave oysters out in an open surface, a lot of times they will not grow, because starting with the larvae, there's lots of fish that will come in and eat them, etc. But if they have those cracks, then they grow much quicker, and they'll win out over barnacles. We'd like to do a small reef of this, and I say small in that there might be 2 or 3 like that are roughly 20 feet long, held below by the concrete blocks. And one of the reasons that we talked to the Army Corps of Engineers is because we wanted to be sure that you could put cellulose into the ocean, even though there's a gazillion tons of it there now. and they had absolutely no problems with it. The same with the EPA. Okay, because rule of thumb, when we put in this for an artificial reef, it's going to start at the top, they're going to go down to the local level, then after it goes to the local level, it goes back up to the top. And so we wanted to be sure we didn't get zinged right from the beginning with the Army Corps. To take this into and this again is a little bit of, we want to do a small reef and we want to do a small oyster bar, so there'll be two different locations. Just to give you kind of a projection, because we're going to do this on a small scale, but we're dealing with a large timber company that has agreed to supply us with the materials that we need. Okay, it's an international corporation, and so we're thinking small because what we can do is going to be pretty small, but if they're interested in the technology and taking it on a larger scale, these are the types of things that we've talked about. So for example, you can have your pine slabs with tons of stuff growing on it under the water, right? And this thing can be translated into, say, a mile-long artificial reef, right? And this is something that we proposed down in the National Marine Sanctuary in Florida Keys. They came back and said, well, you know, there's a lot more to the National Marine Sanctuary than just putting a proposal forward. So that's why we started looking a little more at policy. So something like this, if you visualize each one of those as being a section of wood that is all interconnected, right? It could be for fishing, because fish are going to look for shelter. It could be for snorkeling in 10 feet of water, right? There are millions of people that come to Florida every year that would love to be in 10 feet of water where they can look down and see nice fishies. There's not a whole bunch of people that can afford to go out 30 miles offshore and dive down on a ship that's in 100 feet of water, right? That's a very finite number of people. So looking long term, this has a much bigger potential impact with tourism than something like sinking large ships would have, right? This is more, you know, 8, 10, 12 feet of water, spearfishing, snorkeling, scuba diving, you know, just people going out in a small boat because it wouldn't be far from, you wouldn't have to go out and battle, you know, 6-foot seas far off the land. So for oysters, and again, this is kind of, the gentleman talked a little while ago about oystering and getting back to the basics. In a way, this is what we're doing. There are two types of oysters that you can deal with. There's diploids and triploids. Diploids are the wild ones. They reproduce. They take upwards of 3 years to grow. And again, the students have talked to people from Virginia, Maryland, Oregon, Washington. That number is 2.5 to 3 years in nature, and they can be impacted by disease. The triploids, that has to start with an aquaculture setup, right? You have to set them, you have labor, you have to put them out to sea, and then you need to move them. They're sterile, so they don't reproduce. They grow faster, larger, and there's no disease, but that said, there's been instances up in Maryland where there have been diseases breaking out that have wiped out some small farms. So initially they had no problems with disease, but this is like, you know, antibiotics with time. They don't work very well after a while. It seems like this is going to slowly catch up with those. But we're going to emphasize the wild ones, okay? And what we'd like to do, just as an example, right, you can grow these on wood as a surface, right? And this is pre-treated wood, so it has, and it's nothing miraculous here, right? It has a lot of carbonates, calcium carbonate for the shell. It has trace levels of minerals that this oyster needs to get going. I'd equate it to fertilizing soil, right? It's really nothing more than that. By putting it in the wood, it doesn't just, it's a slow release type process, right? So it can take weeks or months for it to come out. And some of the things like iron can be there upwards of a year, okay? And if we do, I say trick, if we have it in confined spaces, right, the oysters will win out over the barnacles, right? Because some of the places that we put these, the barnacles won at first. That's when we just had a flat space. But when you have crevices for the oysters growing, then they win out over the barnacles. And let me give you, this is something else that was projected that I've not really heard much in terms of oysters locally, but it's something that's discussed more on a national level, and this is what we met with one of the congressmen from Louisiana about. And Louisiana is just an example. It's a very good example, but it's just an example. Let me read that one sentence that was from a headline in Louisiana, I think the New Orleans, whatever the New Orleans newspaper is. Louisiana's $50 billion coastal restoration plan would inject billions more into the economy every year, study finds. Right? Long story short, the southern coast of Louisiana is disappearing. It's going into the sea. A lot of this is blamed on the demise of the oyster population, and a lot of that is blamed on the fact that for a long period of time they scraped the bottom and all the oyster beds are gone. So they need to be replenished, and this has to be done with diploids, right? The ones that, you know, wild. This is something that the Timber Corporation we've talked to. This is a large-scale project where something could be grown off the coast of somewhere like Wakulla, put on a barge, go on over here. You have wood. Wood is easy to pick up. It's easy to throw back into the water. It sinks right to the bottom. And basically what you're doing is replanting oysters. That's what the gentleman, I assume, had many, many years of oystering suggested. And the good thing with the wood, as opposed to trying using cement or steel, it's very easy to handle, right? And when it's done, it just goes away and you're left with oysters. Okay? So there's more to oysters than just food. This is, and we've talked to congressmen from New Jersey, South Carolina, Georgia. Coastal erosion is a problem in lots of places. A lot of the physical structures, water can make its way around them, but an oyster bed will adapt, right? But it has to have fresh populations of oysters. And thank you. I appreciate your time.
I got a question.
Yes.
Right here.
Randy,
Oh,
right here.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Now I'll come back
What
down.
was the purpose of the presentation? Are you going to do this? Are you asking for funding? Are you going to try to get funding from BP or just...
No funding from BP.
Here's what we're doing. Is this something you're going to
Well,
do?
how the process goes is, because we did this about a year ago, we go to the Army Corps of Engineers, and we put in, and they basically automatically defer to local authorities, and they're going to ask for support from local authorities. So that means at some point, after we put this in a few months, however long that process takes, last time it turned around pretty quick, I'm going to be back to your commission asking for support.
When you say support, you don't mean money, right?
No, I mean, if you want to give me money, we'll take it, but no. No, this whole thing is part of that project I meant it, and so our thing is, we'd like to come into a friendly environment. We want to be very open about what we're doing, answer any questions you have. And what do you call it? And site selection, I have some ideas about where this might go, but I would abdicate to anyone that says, this might be a better spot for you.
Sounds like you were just giving us a heads up, basically.
Yes, sir.
I don't know if you probably already know this, but Jack Rudlow proposed oysters on trees for years.
Well, we're not doing it on wood. We're doing it on, the patent pending that we have, and why this timber corporation is interested in it, is we treat the wood and stuff grows much quicker. I mean, it's a very unsexy example, but we did with barnacles. And
So you're not just throwing a tree in the water, you're doing treating the process, then putting it in the water.
Well, there's two key parts to that, is that when we treat it, it's denser than water and it sinks. Right? If I took wood in the water and it's going to float away and it's pointless. So ours is denser than water and it sinks to the bottom. And then second is it has the right nutrients on it so that things grow much quicker.
Well, when it deteriorates, you've got an oyster bar or an oyster colony or whatever.
Yes. And that's what we want. That's where the green part of this comes in, is that you have biomass being dead biomass being converted to living biomass.
We have about a half a dozen different groups, and I hope they're all successful doing what they propose to do. And you'll find us extremely friendly. We will be friendly to them.
Especially if it's free.
Pardon?
Yes.
Yeah, as long as it's free. But you will find us to be extremely friendly.
Well, I appreciate it.
We need, our coast is our whole livelihood, and we need this.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I've sailed off here, dove off here years past, had my kids fish off here, so, I mean, there's a lot of good reasons for doing it off Wakulla, in addition to the fact that we're very familiar with it, so.
So you said a 3-year turnaround on the harvest?
No, that's, okay, I kind of went through that pretty quick. When you have typical oysters in a natural environment, and this is an average going from Maine down to Florida, they're 2.5 to 3 years. When we have the wood and it's treated, we've been able to grow them 14 months. So, and they grow much quicker, and that's just because everything's right there. It's, as opposed to waiting for it to come by in a water column.
Do you have a depth that you have to have?
Have a what?
Do you have a depth, a water depth that you have to work in?
I would say a minimum of 3 feet at low tide. So, and at low tide, yeah. I mean, I would want things to stay covered. I don't want them to silt out. So I'm probably 5 feet would be a little bit better, but 3 feet at low tide would probably be a minimum.
We got a lot of that.
Yeah, there's a lot, and then that's why this is a great place for that.
What kind of harvest, like for an acre or half acre, and what is your market for this? Has that been developed already?
No, I mean, I'm not going to, we're very much a university group. We want to see how this material works, and we want to see, in terms of, in one of our racks, how much do we get out. I can't give you any numbers for acres. I'm not going to, I could project, but that would just be making stuff up.
Sounds like it's not just for harvest, but for coastal restoration.
I think in the long run, that could be a much, I mean, I'll throw out a number. It could be 1,000 times bigger than oysters being eaten for food. Because right now, if you go, for example, off the coast of Georgia and South Carolina where oysters are possible, they're getting trains from New York City, buses from Philadelphia, and they're dumping them in the water to try to slow down erosion. And those things, the water's just going to make its way right around it, right? If you have a living oyster bar there, that thing is going to adapt to it much better than, a hunk of steel.
So we can fish over this?
Yeah, I would assume, it's going to help fishing, right? It's going to help oystering. Oysters, probably their #1 contribution to the environment is cleaning water.
I
right?
think it's a
So-
win-win. I'm for it. I support you.
Well, thank you.
Let us know how we can help.
All righty. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Let these girls go home. They look very bored.
No, they like going to meetings.
Yeah, right.
So-
They don't look like regular oyster people.
Yeah.
Trust me, this one's getting ready to get real long.
It can get real interesting real quick. Our next speaker, our next presenter is going to be Mr. Bob Ballard, Executive Director of the Wakulla Environmental Institute, updating on land lease.
Thank you and good evening, Commissioners, Mr. Chair. First, as the executive team member of Tallahassee Community College, I would like to congratulate Dana for her award on behalf of the President and the rest of the executive team. We are proud of her for that accomplishment, and it's a big deal. Thank you. I felt that it was important to come before you today because of some information that I've been hearing about some things that are going around in Wakulla Environmental Institute. And the two things I'd like to talk about is the oyster aquaculture program, which we're hearing a lot of oysters today. I didn't expect to hear that much, and I think that's absolutely wonderful. And the building, and where are we in the construction of the building. We have talked to our folks in Australia who have given their time and effort. They flew to Wakulla about 2 weeks ago, and many of you knew that they're coming. These folks in Australia have grown oysters in a cage method for 30 years and have been extremely successful. And so we decided to buy equipment from them because we thought that their equipment was the Cadillac of all equipment for oyster aquaculture. And so when they came, we got a very interesting discussion about oysters, and our students got into a very interesting discussion about oysters, and we're really excited about it. I understand that we do not have audio on this film. This film that is about 2.5 minutes long. One of our students for the oyster aquaculture program did for us. This is on YouTube, and it works there. It doesn't work in the county commission because of some technical glitch. What you just saw there was the question and answer period for the Aussies. And what you see here is our students assembling this. This was about 3 months ago. They were assembling the cages. It takes about 2 hours to assemble 400 cages. You're about to see the room that the cages are stored in. This is one of the Australians here from CPRO. This is one of the students. I can tell you what she said. She's really excited about being in the oyster aquaculture business. Here's the room where all the oyster cages are stored, and there's about 4,000 cages there. That's about half of everything that we expect to do. I can't fit any more students or cages in that room. When I asked the folks from Australia, I said, what is it, where are we, where is Wakulla County as far as the environment for growing oysters compared to the rest of the world? And he said that the environment here is probably better than any place on the planet. And I said, why? And he said, number one, the nutrients. We get nutrients in from the Gulf Stream. It kind of puts eddies into the Big Bend area, and so the nutrients is the number one thing that makes oysters grow so quickly here, more than anywhere else on the planet. The other thing is weather. We've got great weather. As it gets colder, oysters slow down their growth. And if it gets too cold, they'll stop. And the third thing is tide. We have very small tide fluctuations here. When the oysters are out of water, they're not eating. If they're not eating, they're not growing. So it takes longer to harvest. Here's the sped-up version of just one day in the life of a oyster classman, and they have finished building about 4,000 cages. In Maine, oysters take about 3 years to grow. In Washington State, oysters take about 4 years to grow. In North Carolina, about 18 months. Here in Wakulla, if they're in the water column, it takes about 9 months to grow an oyster to be 3 inches. From a spat the size of your fingernail to 3 inches in about 9 months. Certainly all of those would be harvestable by 12 months. So by far the fastest growing place for oysters of anywhere that we know on the planet. Okay, so one of the questions that's asked, why aren't the oysters in the water? And it's an excellent question. And let me kind of tell you what some of the things that we've done to get to this point. One, for the first time in the history of Florida, we've opened up the water column by asking the governor and cabinet to open that up. Since 1845, that has never been given, the whole water column given for aquaculture. WEI went with Leo Lovell to get that to happen. That was approved, and we're really excited about that. Happened about a year ago. Then we went and asked the governor and cabinet for 5 acres for research and for training the students. We got that about in March. We also asked for permits from Department of Agriculture. We have those in hand. We've asked for the permits for Coast Guard, and they gave us, we finally got those permits. Working with the federal government is never easy, and it sometimes takes a while. Then we realized that we needed permits from Army Corps of Engineers. We have that in hand. 2 weeks ago, we learned that the National Marine Fisheries is looking to also get involved, because this has never been done in the state of Florida. They want to take a look and make sure that there's no endangered species. Wakulla County is not on the endangered species list, and we don't think that this is going to be a problem getting a permit from them, but we can't put things in the water, oysters in the water column, until we have that permit. We hope to get that permit in about 4 weeks. That may be a little bit optimistic, but we're going to be pushing hard. We have 1.5 million spat that I've actually held in my hand that are in about a month will be ready to go into the water and start populating near Piney Island our lease. We're excited about it. The students are excited about it. They get really disappointed when they hear the rumors that nothing is being done, because they're working their tails off. And I invite any of you or anybody in the audience to come over to Wakulla, TCC Wakulla Center, to view these oyster classmen assembling cages and putting together equipment every Tuesday at 6 o'clock at night. Tomorrow we'll be doing that, and we actually could use the help, or if anybody wants to get a tour of these cages or anything else, we'd love to give you a tour of that, because it's pretty exciting. We have a 4-year waiting list for people to get into this class. So there's a bunch of interest. Even 10 Franklin County folks want to get into this class. And so we're going to do everything we can to speed this thing up. I'm going to go to the legislature and try to get another $250,000 so we can have 2 classes a year instead of just 1 class. But we believe that this is going to enhance the wild oyster harvest by having a sustainable, renewable oyster aquaculture program that will be exciting for Wakulla County. And the president said to me just the other day, he said, I want Wakulla Environmental Institute to be known worldwide for the Oyster Institute. And so I believe that's a big challenge, but we know it can be done. We've got the best place on the planet to do it, and we've got the motivation from the president, so we're really excited about that. Let me talk about the building, if I may. We've got some good news and some bad news about the building. The good news is, after we got the $4.5 million for the building, we got another $1.5 million from the federal government. The bad news is we got $1.5 million from the federal government. I mean, it's a double-edged sword. We love having the money. That now $6 million will be spent right here in Wakulla County. But they want to do it their way. So when we go out to bid, we don't get to do it the way the state has always done it. We have to follow their procedures, the federal government's procedures. We have spurred this along as fast as we can. Right now we're about ready to place out a bid for the general contractor, but they have to approve every part of that. We are not allowed to go out for a bid for the general contractor until they give us the green light. We believe we're about 2 weeks away from getting a green light. Once we get that green light, it's going to take 45 days for the bidding process. After that, it has to go before the Tallahassee Community College Board of Trustees. That meeting probably won't happen until October, mid to late October. As soon as the Board of Trustees approves it, then we can go and start construction. So I am frustrated that it's taken this long, but it's bittersweet because I love the fact that we got an extra $1.5 million to spend on this project. I was hoping, and if it wasn't for this $1.5 million, we would have already been under construction now. So I just wanted to let you know what's going on with that. 2 weeks ago, we just learned that we won a national award for the design of this building. We didn't even put forward we didn't even know we were in competition. The Appalachia Planning Council put this submission in, and we found out that we won a national award for the design of the building. So we're really excited. It's a great design. The building will start going up in the relatively near future, but building a campus is not as easy as I thought. So I apologize for any delays, but we're on it. With that, do you have any questions?
I think the Appalachia Regional Planning Council assisted in your grant submittal, correct, grant application?
Yes. Actually, to give credit where it was due, Pam Portwood was the one who wrote it, and in the contract, Appalachia Planning Council had some expertise into being the manager of it, and so we awarded the management of the grant to them, but Pam Portwood was the one who secured it for us.
Exactly. If I could brag about your students, I attended one of the training sessions when the Australian gentleman came here, and I heard him say that he's been doing this for 25 years. They developed these baskets, developed the methods, and so they're teaching these guys how to use it. But he came here and he said that he learned assembly process from our guys that they had never done before, and he's going to take that back. And so, you know, I appreciate the innovation there, and you know, they took a good product and improved on it. So.
And that was our students who came up with that innovation, and it was, when he saw it, he goes, we need to learn this because this is a better process than what we have back in Australia. So we're really excited. Our students are just really sharp, they're excited, and they're motivated, and they're ready to make some money.
This is a great night for Wakulla. You have...
And oysters.
And oysters.
Next time, bring some with you.
Yes, sir.
Anyway,
Put some hot sauce.
Mr. Ballard has an oyster program. Dr. Manning has an oyster program.
We have another presentation.
We have,
Coming up anyway.
Tony Murray, who will be up just in a little while, has an oyster program. And Mr. Cushman, who is here tonight, has an oyster program. Now, we should be able to grow oysters in Wakulla County. That's, if you folks can't grow oysters...
If we can't grow oysters, it's our fault.
Yeah.
If we can't grow them, because we've got the best place in the world to grow them, if we can't grow them, it's
well, we've got four groups growing oysters, and each of you in a different fashion, so something really should happen. We should have, I'm expecting in 3 years to have all the oysters I can eat at about $2.50, $3 a dozen.
I want $10 a bushel, that's what I want.
Probably more like 60 cents a piece, or more than that.
That's smooth.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Kessler.
Again, thank you very much for the presentations and the answering of questions. There's a couple of areas I'm a little confused about.
Sure.
One is, we heard from some months back that your instructor said they would be selling oysters in June. You just said that the spat is here and you held it in your hand, and so was there something that killed off the original group, or what happened?
No, and great question. We initially, I had ordered about 1.5 million spat in November, thinking that we're going to be able to put the oysters in January. Well, and I'm not pointing fingers at Department of Agriculture, but this was such a new process for them. They're paid to help us go through this system. And because this has never been done before, they were learning, and we were initially going to have oysters go in the water in January. And that didn't happen because they weren't ready to have it go into the water. And then they said, oh, by the way, we just found out, after we were told differently by the Department of Agriculture, we were told that this was the only permit that we needed because this is the sovereign submerged land of the state of Florida. And then we were told that the Army Corps of Engineers had to give us a permit. So we had to stop everything that we were doing and get a permit from them, which took about 3 months. So then I ordered another set of oyster spat, okay, and didn't pay for the first set, and so the instructor, Steve Cushman, ate that financial cost. The second set, after we got the Army Corps of Engineers permit, we had to get a Coast Guard permit, and nobody knew that we had to get a Coast Guard permit, and so we kept on getting apologies, but you know, it would have been nice if we would have known all this stuff all at the same time so we could have applied for it all at the same time. So then I ordered the next set, now the third set of spat, but Steve Cushman rightfully said, let's hang on for a second, because every time you order a new set of spat, you know, he's eating the cost for this. And it turned out that he went ahead, and when we thought we were ready to go, or put in for a new set of spat. They're growing right now, and then 2 weeks ago we found out that the National Marine Fisheries wants to take a look at it. So it's like, you are kidding me. And it's because it's never happened, before in the state of Florida. All these things, we're the guinea pigs. We're learning about this, and they're learning about it, agriculture. They have been great partners, but this is all new to them as well as it's new to us. So I appreciate Steve Cushman for going through 3 sets of spat at his own expense. You know, I've paid for 1 set, and he's already done 3 sets. So you know, he is committed to be there until the bitter end, and so he's eaten the first 2 sets.
Mm-hmm. So I'll go back and I'll look at the timeline on that. But the other thing is, as a sustainable industry here in Wakulla, and I know I've talked with you before on this. What do you think is the expectation? Two-person team working their oysters, coming out of your class, and they're going to do year 1. What do you look at as their revenue flow, and how sustainable economically is this?
When we started, we told the students that we expected to sell each oyster for about 25 cents a piece. We thought that was a little bit challenging to get there, but turned out we way underestimated it. Easily right now we can get 50 cents an oyster. So for the 100,000 oysters that each student will be growing, and Steve threw in an insurance policy. He said, you're only paying for a million oysters, but I'm going to throw in another 800,000 just in case, because he wants these students to be successful. For 100,000 oysters, assuming that all of them grow up to be 3-inch oysters, the likelihood we'll have 95% survive 5% mortality. You're looking at, you know, approximately $50,000 per student gross. They have to pay back what we've put in. That was part of the deal. We believe that we will have put in about $12,500. So you subtract that from what we believe will be $50,000 to the students, and the rest of that will go into the student's pocket. Now, we believe what I'm asking the students to do is don't put it in your pocket. Take it and reinvest in equipment, because the land that you're getting 1.5 acres of land, but the equipment that we've given you is only enough for maybe 1/3 or 1/4 of that. So you have 3/4 of the land still not being used. Take that and reinvest it. So instead, in 3 years, you might be able to net in your pocket $150,000. I think that's very doable for a husband and wife to do. Very doable.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Our next presenter is Mr. Tony Murray with the Big Bend Coastal Conservancy. Going to be speaking about artificial reef presentation.
Good evening, Commissioners, County Administrator, County Attorney. Thank you for the opportunity to present tonight. My name is Tony Murray, and I'm the Director for the Big Bend Coastal Conservancy with our headquarters in St. Marks. I'm a simple biologist by training. I'm a U.S. Coast Guard licensed 50-ton master captain. My first publication on artificial reefs was in 1985 with Greg Stanton. We reviewed 1,200 separate articles on artificial reefs and then reduced them down into one publication. I've been heavily involved with the marine areas for quite a few years. I wanted to take a few minutes to present an overview and outline of the draft artificial reef plan that I submitted to give guidance and direction to facilitate Wakulla County's coastal programs. This is presented via the request of the Marine Advisory Board. I believe they last met maybe 2 months ago. Okay, go ahead. Can you advance me or? Okay, I think I got it going. Brief introduction to the Big Bend Coastal Conservancy. We're an established 501c3 nonprofit, and we're focused to be the advocate for the Big Bend coastal waters. We established previous to the Deepwater Horizon event in 2009 on the docks, and since then have established quite a few separate programs. I personally feel it's both a privilege and a responsibility to be out on our local waters. Our advocacy group actually covers 6 counties. It's from the tip of Cape Sandblast to the Swanee River. That covers about 220 coastal miles. In our review of our process also, we have advocated and adopted out to 200 miles, which is exclusive economic zone. That includes the middle grounds of Florida. We are doing our best to advocate for nearshore, midshore, and offshore programs. My interest begins at low tide and goes seaward. For clarification, the programs that we've presented deal with education and outreach, scientific sampling, red tide. As a matter of fact, I sent you an update on red tide, and that's a big deal right now. We've got a red tide bloom that's about 80 miles by 50 miles off of Dixie County. They've seen it down to 20 meters, 60 feet deep. As a matter of fact, I was out this last weekend and grabbed some red tide samples. I've done a lot of red tide sampling to make sure that we have baseline data for our coast, and I mailed those samples in today to FWC. They'll get the samples tomorrow. So that's just one of the programs we do. For numerous years we've done that. We've got good background data, but that's just one example. We've done nutrient sampling. We keep track of legislative issues. Tonight I'm here to talk about the artificial reef program and development. Why does Wakulla need an artificial reef plan? It's needed to give direction, guidance, and cohesion to the Marine Advisory Board, to the Commission, and the citizenry and the support group. Also, it demonstrates to FWC, DEP, Army Corps of Engineers, and let me finish up with the permitting group here, the National Marine Fisheries Service, and the U.S. Coast Guard. I just submitted my intent to drop reefs, and I had to notify all 5 of these groups last week that we intended to do that. The regulatory issue on getting and obtaining and following up on permits is a very big deal, and that's why Wakulla needs to be moving towards that. The very first thing that happens when you look for a grant is that they ask, do you have an advisory committee and do you have a plan? Why are you going to put in a reef? What is the reason for it? If you go through the plan, you'll see that I address each one of those. I present that plan pro bono and invite critical review of it, scientific input, and discussion. I want to let you know that for every $1 that's invested in an artificial reef, the general number that's accepted is that it turns into $138 in economic benefit for the local area. By the time you look at the boats, the fuel, the bait, the tackle, hotels, equipment, and the like, it all adds up to that. I actually believe that if we did an economic analysis on the plan and direction that we're looking at, I'm doing my best to try and keep everything local, extremely local. The local group that I have working on the cement designs for some custom artificial reefs that I've made is Brooks Concrete across the way. We're also looking at local lime rock quarried from our local areas. We're looking at local drivers, local delivery, local longshoremen to load the vessels down at our local docks and at our local marinas. We're talking about developing a local program with local initiatives that both benefit our local economy and our local ecology. Okay? No, I'm not working. There we go. Okay, where are we today? Basically, we have 28 miles of Wakulla coastline that is directly in the crook of the Big Bend. It's basically a fairly short coastline, but we've got a long reach. If you look at what we've got here, this first reef right here is the St. Mark's Reef. It's about, here's the lighthouse, and due south about 5 miles. It's the closest one. The next reef that you'll find is the Big Bend Regional Reef. We'll call it Big Bend Regional 1 and 2, and then you have Dog Ballard Reef. Those are the only 3 reefs that we have in our direct area that's in state waters. The Wakulla, the St. Mark's Reef has recently been reopened. It was originally put in 1964 with tires, re-upped in about 1980 with some concrete. We've reopened that to about 42 acres, and we're looking to put in some specialized modules in the area. Okay, the plan that I forwarded to you, it did not have an executive summary. I figured you'd do one of 2 things. You'd wait for the executive summary, or perhaps you'd dive into it in depth. Hopefully you went into it in depth. I got some good questions and requests for clarification. The plan basically addresses the history of artificial reefs, the objectives, economic aspects, planning, material, site selection, management, project implementation, and plan goals. The plan's basically a roadmap to a productive and positive artificial reef program for Wakulla County and our Big Bend waters. On page 19 and 20, what we've presented is a 5-year overall goal, and it's proactive, and it's very robust. Year 1, which I bracketed from 2015 to 2020, begins with obtaining 2 nearshore permits, 2 additional ones. What I would propose is to go to the Wakulla Big Bend Regional Reef area and expand that reef, and also go over to Dog Ballard and expand those 2 nearshore reefs. Year 2 would be 2 midshore reefs. I've defined the nearshore as being the state waters out to 9 nautical miles. Midshore from 9 to 20. Offshore, over 20 nautical miles. And then the conservation reefs that I've proposed would be at the 100-foot line, which would border to the middle ground area. And that's correct. Those would most likely not be available to most vessels at all, but those would be for enhancing the conservation for the longshore and the offshore runs of things like the grouper and the lake. So in summary, this plan supports 10 separate reefs permitted over the next 5 years. 3 near shore, 3 midshore, 2 offshore, and 2 conservation reefs. I want to point out, though, in 5 years, that it would be the opening of a permit, of a 10-year permit. We're actually looking at a 15-year plan. The permits that I've presented here are the smallest and easiest to get. They're a 1/4 mile by 1/4 mile, basically 40 acres. The permit that we currently have allows us to put down 1 acre of material for the 40 acres that's there. It's not a lot of material. They want it spread out over the area so that there's forage space and area between it. So although that sounds like a lot of areas and a lot of material, what it would do is allow for different depth for migration of fish to go offshore into different areas. The juvenile grouper begin in the seagrass beds and then have to migrate offshore to finish their life cycle and then return shore. As you know, we have that nearshore grouper run in April and then October. Okay? This presented plan would give aerial dispersion, various species, various depth. One thing that's important also is that on page 19 I presented that this is a document that is intended to be actively updated, actively reviewed, and actively revised as technology and economic opportunities present themselves. I find it very exciting about the different opportunities that have just come to us. These reefs can be scientific reefs. They can be used for a wide variety of different programs. This is the process to success, so you don't get blindsided by not knowing which permits you need, when you need them, and how you need them. Basically, the idea is formed, a location's identified, the permits are obtained, grants and funding is found, they're constructed, put in, and then monitored. Where we are right now is somewhere between the idea and the Marine Advisory Board having been formed, coming forth to identify and move forward with locations. But once again, you need an accepted, adopted plan to move forward with that. The permitting process is going to be identification of the locations and then waiting for that permit to be approved. The St. Mark's Reef took approximately 4 years to get through, even though it was previously permitted. There were 17 acres that were originally permitted. All of the material was down here in a separate quadrant. We put a box around both so that the charts would be correct and so that it would be a win-win. That still took an extensive amount of time between Army Corps, National Marine Fisheries Service, DEP, FWC. The plan I've presented will actually do this. I look for constructive criticism, proactive action, and forward progress, and this will yield great things for your county. The depth that I'm looking at for the artificial reefs actually begins about 18 to 20 feet. We can't put it where there's seagrass beds. We can't put it where there's live bottom. We can't put it within navigable channelways. And for these reefs, because of their construct, they typically have to be at least half the depth of the water column. So the nearest that we can get to with those criteria right now is about 16, 18, 20 feet of water. St. Mark's Reef is actually hit about as close as it comes. I look forward to being able to develop that. The actions required. The county needs to be more. The actions required. The county needs to move decisively if there is interest in attracting dollars to the coastal habitat, if there is interest in competing for grants and restoration funds, if there's interest in coastal economic enhancement, if there's interest in creating destination fishing locations, and if there is to be support for conservation initiatives in our coastal water. With that, be most open to any questions, and having sat in on your meeting, I didn't really realize, but if there is by chance unanimous consent, perhaps you would consider moving forward with the draft plan and concurrently requesting the Marine Advisory Board to critically review and return to the Commission with justifiable comments, suggestions, and recommendations to proceed. Just as a suggestion. I'd like to see something get going. I believe about a year ago I was here. I was previously with the Organization for Artificial Reefs for 5 years. I've retired from that and moved on to put 100% of my time, energy, and efforts into the Big Bend Coastal Conservancy. Yes, sir.
Basically, what you're asking us maybe to do tonight would be to ask the Marine Advisory Council to review your proposal and bring that back to us. Is that correct?
That would be one option, or you could get more aggressive and give a preliminary approval to it. And
we probably don't want to get that drastic, but I would like to make the motion that we have him present to the Marine Advisory Committee.
It has to be an agenda item, doesn't it?
You can bring it up during Commissioner.
The discussion items at the end.
Bring it up during that time.
Okay.
We have it. I haven't seen this plan. Has this been?
We do not have the plan. You got it?
I
You want to get up there?
Yeah, you got it.
Randy's hard of hearing.
You're the one wearing a hearing aid.
I know, because this is such a large issue, and we have a lot of professionals and experts, including our Marine Advisory Council or committee. Was working on an agenda item, and because this agenda was so full, I've moved it to the next board meeting.
Bless your heart.
And it was to request the board to allow us to have a workshop on artificial reefs and oyster programs, because it is so large, and it would give the citizens and the commissioners an opportunity to ask questions and hear from Tony,
Dr. Manning and others, and the Marine Advisory Committee on this issue. And it would give everybody an opportunity to look at the plan and ask FWC to come speak to the board at the workshop on the process from an impartial party and respond to questions.
Look forward to your agenda item then.
Yeah. Basically, just so long as we're going forward and not just sitting still.
Right. This would be able to move forward. It would allow you to give direction to
That'll
the
be
Marine
good.
Advisory.
Okay.
Yeah. I thank you for your presentation. I think it's great we've got so many organizations just wanting to invest in our county and to do these different things. You know, we've heard 3 different reef and oyster presentations tonight, and every one of them I hope happens, and so far nobody's asked for money, so so it's a pretty good thing. I just thank you for your presentation, your time. Anything else? Any other commissioner? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I would just like to thank Mr. Tony Murray and Dr. Thomas Manning for 2 fine presentations. Thank you. And also for Bob Ballard for catching us up and get us back in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you. See, we're going to move into the consent.
Move approval, consent as agenda.
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion made second. All in favor? Aye. Okay, we've got one consent item that we've
I'll take that.
pulled.
We're about the quarter of the way done point.
Yeah, if y'all want to go, we won't talk about oysters anymore.
After we get done with this, we get done with this consent agenda, I was going to break for about 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good.
And then we'll go from there.
Commissioner Thomas, I believe you need to recuse.
My part's real quick. I just need to recuse myself from this vote. I've got a conflict of interest, and so I will not be voting on tab 18.
You got to fill the form out.
Yes.
Yeah. Therefore, this item requests consideration of the board award ship purchase assistance to Erica and Jonathan Gwaltney.
Motion to approve.
Second.
So a motion made and second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye.
All right.
All opposed? Okay. Let's take about 5 minutes of recess, and then we'll come back. We still got another half of the meeting, the whole meeting to do. Planning and zoning now.
Tab number 19.
Yes, sir. Louis, tab number 19, planning and zoning.
Hold on. This is a application for, sorry, I gotta pull it up. Site plan application 14-07. This is a quasi-judicial item in accordance with section 24.01 of the county code. Each commission member needs to disclose any contacts they have received from interested parties, their representatives, lobbyists, or any other third parties concerning this application, or any personal investigation or knowledge being relied upon. Commissioner Merritt?
Even if I'm recusing myself, I need to...
Not if you're recusing yourself.
Which particular property is this?
This is the site plan for, with Scott Gaby as personal representative of Bill.
I've talked to some of the neighbors. I guess they've talked to me. I've talked to some of the neighbors.
Okay.
I've not talked to Walt.
I've also talked to a couple of neighbors, and I got a few emails.
Okay.
I spoke to Walt Dixon, Dodd Walker, Donna Savory. I got a few emails. I'll forward those.
Okay.
I've spoken to a few citizens. I've forwarded emails on from 2 that communicated with me to staff.
Okay. If there is anyone here who's going to provide any information regarding this application, please stand up to be sworn.
Any citizen citizens just fill out the cards too as well, and then any citizen.
It's anyone who's going to speak on it.
Any citizen that filled out a speaker card, please stand and be sworn.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Louis?
Okay.
Commissioners, this is for site plan approval for an 80-unit apartment complex located at High Drive and Daniel Lane. The applicant is proposing 10 buildings, an office, and a pool. Some other features are a 50-foot buffer around the perimeter of the site. This site is located in the Crawfordville Town Plan, and we've determined that it is consistent with the zoning, the R3 and RR1 zoning, the future land use designation of the property, and the site plan standards of the Land Development Code. The Planning Commission considered this item and voted to recommend approval of this 5-1. We are recommending option 1, approval of this item.
Commissioner Merritt, you were going to recuse yourself.
I'll go ahead and state why I don't have any business dealings with the applicant at all, but he and I had previous conversations a while ago about him buying a piece of property that I own that would be similarly situated to be able to do something like this, and somebody could say, well, you voted against this, so he would buy your land, and that all checked out with Heather. So just like the last time they brought the apartments up, I recused myself then, I'm doing it again now.
Okay, well, I need a motion and a second for us to be able to conduct this.
I make a motion to approve to conduct the second of 2 public hearings and approve the application for site plan SP 14-07 based upon the recommendation of the Planning Commission and the findings of fact and conclusions of law made by the board and any evidence submitted at the hearing hereon.
Have a motion, do I have a second?
I second.
If I have a motion made and second, I've got some citizens to fill out speakers cards to speak on this. Our first citizen is going to be Mr. Justin Rock, followed by Ms. Carrie Edwards.
Justin Rock, 71 Lamar Court. Just wanted to take a moment to ask you gentlemen to please strongly consider the implications of the project that they're proposing to build. I know my neighbor Mark back here, he's got a lot more information to share with you in regards to some things that they've said, some things that you've said. But you know, as a new citizen to Wakulla County, I can tell you apartments were not in my apartments were not what I was looking for when I came to Wakulla County or living near them. Having lived in Tallahassee for 8 years, I can tell you that they've become a burden. The traffic and the amount of people that come out of apartments and cause a delay in my day. It's not the only reason why, excuse me, I'm a bit nervous speaking to you gentlemen, but it's not something I'm looking forward to. So if that's the case and that's what's coming down the pipe, I just hope that you ask these gentlemen to work with us and propose a good solution to make a not so something that's not so pleasant a little bit more pleasant. Thank you.
Our next citizen is Ms. Carrie Edwards.
Carrie Edwards, 68 Lamar Court. We ask that you please think before you vote today. Please table this item to ensure the verbal promises from the developer to work with our neighborhood and expectations laid out by this board last fall are met. The fact that there has been zero contact appears to be a sneaky move, even if that was not their intent, especially after a call was made to our association secretary this afternoon, stressing that it wasn't necessary that all of us attend tonight. One's words and actions reflect their character and their integrity. And under the circumstances, we don't feel that we were contacted, and it was made very clear last fall by y'all, by us, where we stood, and there were promises made, and there are YouTube videos that state that they would work with us as a neighborhood to ensure this. And we ask that you put the same restrictions in, or at least the option to work with us, that you gave last fall. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Mark Edwards, followed by Mr. Dodd Walker.
Mark Edwards, 68 Lamar Court in Mill Hollow. I have spoken to a lot of you, sent emails, hopefully sent some reminder footage of the YouTube of exactly these meetings, September 3rd and September 16th of last fall, whenever there was a zoning issue related to the adjacent property of the one we're talking about tonight. At that time, everyone stressed that was not the time to talk about the site plan. That would come at tonight's approval, and that's where you had the power to make sure that we as a neighborhood were looked after. From what I'm being told currently, that the site plan before you is the only thing in writing. Well, that's because we never were given a chance, as many of you directed. There was YouTube video even stating from the commissioners that if Mr. Dixon did not live up to the promise that he too is on that YouTube video I sent y'all today, that would be the last vote he would ever get for one of his projects. Now, all I'm asking for is that communication of the parties, the developers involved, to live up to the promises they stood here under oath and promised you guys that they would do and work with our neighborhood to make us happy. That was their number one concern, to make this a happy environment so we all could get along. We offered representatives to sit with the Planning and Zoning Committee during the site plan process, and no one has ever been contacted. The only thing that we've done have been told that there was an advertisement on June 26th that there was a site plan provided. I think this is extremely ironic just for the fact that myself personally and my wife, it was on our calendar every 2 weeks on Monday morning to drive to Tallahassee to call the Planning and Zoning Commission to ask, are there any site plans submitted for the old Barwick property or anything adjacent to our neighborhood? And all the way through May, I cannot factually state through June that I made that call, but all the way through May, I was told there was no site plan submitted adjacent to our neighborhood. The TRC reviewed and approved the site plan May of this year, and yet I was told there was no information. You'll find there's not a lot of representation from our neighborhood. That's because we happened up on finding out about this last week, and we have not been able to get everybody's schedules worked out to allow them to come up here and have a chance to oppose it. I think y'all recall a large turnout last year when we wanted to have a seat. We don't think this was done fairly. We don't think this is accurate. And we think that the developers are the exact same developers that we talked about last fall when they made promises, and it's the adjacent property, why they are not being held to the same standard. A technicality or not, there's a lot of technicalities that can be looked at in this case. But I do believe that commissioners owe us that same promise of y'all will work with these neighbors, and we will make site plan adjustments at the time it comes up above us, in front of us. It wasn't ever about the fact it's going to be a rubber stamp. This is when y'all said, and everyone that commented that night, I sent links to about this is where we all had that chance.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dodd Walker, followed by Mr. John Daniel.
Dodd Walker, 10 Bradley Court. First of all, Mr. Edwards did an outstanding job elocuting the points that he made, and so I'm not going to rehash that. All I'm going to say is this. I feel for your positions. I come from a family, my dad was a county commissioner 40 years ago, so believe me, I grew up hearing about this meeting and just like it 40 years ago and whatever. So I understand your point, I'm not, would I rather not have a 80-unit apartment complex in my backyard? Yeah, but if that's the way it's got to be, I can live with that. But nobody's come by and asked me, Mr. Walker, what do you think this would make you happy, or what can we do to try to make you happy? Nobody did that. No commissioner came by my house to do that. Commissioner Harden, you know where I live. You were out there two years ago asking me for my vote, so I know you know where I live.
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, nobody's asked me. I found out about this, 72 hours ago. I'm really not happy about this part of it. I would love to sit down with Mr. Dixon. Mr. Dixon and I have known each other my whole life. And Mr. Gaby, I've known Mr. Gaby my whole life. I don't think anybody would want this in their backyard, but I would like the opportunity to sit down. Mr. Dixon made some promises to me. Mr. Walker, it's going to be 100 feet away from any property line over in Mill Hollow. Well, I don't know. I looked at the plan today. That's not what it looked like to me. Now, I'm just a simple boy from Wakulla County, but it didn't look that way to me. But if I was in a meeting and somebody sat down with me and showed me, Mr. Walker, this is where the lines are, this is what we're going to do, the trees are going to be here, and I didn't sit down and draw out the angles and the vectors and everything to figure out how high a privacy fence I've got to have to keep some guy sitting on the balcony from looking at me in my backyard on a Saturday morning when I want to walk out in my backyard next to my pool. I'm not sure how high a privacy fence I got to build, but I don't think I can afford to build it. I don't know. It's disheartening is all I can tell you. And I would hope that all you can do is do whatever you would do. I heard Mr. Merritt talk earlier about wanting to treat everybody the same way and be fair to everybody. And that's all you can do. Treat me the same way you treat your own family. And that's all I can ask. Let me be part of the process, and that if that can happen, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Our final speaker is Mr. John Daniel.
John Daniel, 109 Rockwell Road. I'm here as Mr. Dixon and I have had a conversation about some easement to a piece of property that is next to on Daniel Lane. And I think we have come to an agreement on that. So I just wanted to let it be known that we have come to an agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. well, see, you're the agent, correct? Okay, come on. It's customary that the agent, that whenever we have a planning and zoning, that we do have the agent come up and answer questions.
Right. And I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. And to Mr. Edwards, I believe that's his name, we did apply, and when I said we, on the Parish Baltic property a year ago, 9 months ago, whatever, on his piece of property that joins their property. It goes out to 319. We thought we had an option to buy that piece of property when I came before this commission and asked to get it rezoned. Unfortunately, the people that had the mortgage on it and everything in California did not live up to what they said they would do. We cannot get clear title. The property we're talking about tonight is a piece of property that Scott Gaby's family has owned. Mr. Gaby and them got it rezoned multifamily, I think, about 6 years ago. So everybody should have been known 6 years ago that this property was on multifamily. It's sitting there being multifamily. So we've applied for a site plan on Mr. Gaby's property, 80 units. We think we met every requirement of the Land Development Code. We got a 50-foot natural buffer around the property. The property, see there to your left there, backs up to the subdivision Mr. Walker's talking about. There's a natural buffer already, a bunch of trees growing there. We've got a buffer all the way around there. We're going to protect that. We're going to put a fence all the way around that. So we think we've met all the requirements of the Land Development Code. Now, I didn't meet with these people because I didn't know what Mr. Gaby had told these people in the past about a site plan. We're talking about two different pieces of property. Several years, 9 months ago, whenever, we told them if we developed this property, we would come and meet with them to develop that property. That fell through. That's an entirely different piece of property. This is a piece of property, like I said, the Gaby family had rezoned 6 years ago. So all these people knew that they would join to the multi-family zoning for 6 years. So we feel like we met all the requirements of the Land Development Code. There's one little hitch up there that Mr. Gaby and Mr. Daniels had a verbal agreement over the years. We agreed with Mr. Daniels we'd honor that little strip there where his driveway is. So we'll take care of that.
Can I ask Walt a question?
Yes, sir.
Well, looks like, I'm looking at the aerial photo of this right now, looks like this property butts up to 2 lots in Mill Hollow, correct? There's about 50 or 60 foot wide swath of existing trees.
That is correct. More than 60 foot of trees right there.
And you're going to keep 50 foot of that undisturbed?
All the trees would not be disturbed on that east side there, adjacent to their
You're not cutting any
subdivision.
trees down where it butts up to the
No,
lots in Mill Hollow?
that is correct.
What if it's more than 50 feet?
It's
wide?
more than 50 feet trees there. We're going to leave it just in natural state right there.
Would you be willing to expand that buffer like another 10 feet or so? You sure that those trees don't get cut?
Whatever the tree line is, sure. You know, 'cause we're not going to cut those trees. The 60 feet, sure.
You'd commit to, I'm not asking you, you know, here's a tree out here 50 feet
Right.
away, but you know what I mean, far enough
Right.
out.
If it's 60 feet there, it'd be 60 feet, yeah, because we're not cutting any of those trees. And that's part of our site plan approval, Louis, that we're not cutting any of those trees right
I don't want to hang you
there.
into a corner either, because you have a parking lot here that looks like it's 50 feet off the property.
We can move, we can adapt right there for 10 feet, whatever it is, those natural trees right
I
there.
think that would go a long way to
Right.
promise
Now, we
you
want
not
to
cut
keep that natural buffer that's right there. We're not taking any trees down there. So,
All right, Mill Hollow is on the, as we're looking at it, it would be on the west side. Yeah, it would be
Yes.
on the west side.
Right.
And that whole strip there, what's on the north side, as we're looking at it?
All right, here it is, your aerial photo. This is still all here.
Yeah.
That's the buffer we've got. This is back across the pasture over there. This is the end of the high family home.
Yeah.
Other bottom property is down here. This is commercial property. We've got 50-foot buffer that takes 60 foot, just right here.
Let me ask you, you said that I think in an ideal world, nobody would like to have those apartments, but our zoning allows them, so that's where we are. I think basically there's sort of been a miscommunication. In this whole world, we need to communicate better. Did you say that you're going to have a fence? Is that you're going to have a buffer and a fence?
There will be a chain link fence around our property.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. And that'll go all the way around from the south to the west to the north?
Correct.
Okay.
On the property line wall or on the buffer?
No, on the property line. There'll
Okay,
be
good
chain
enough.
link fence.
Can you put 3 stands of barbed wire on top of that fence?
No, no, we're not gonna ask.
No, I'm as serious as I can be, because the people are afraid that the people who are in the apartments will crawl over the fence and take off their
I will tell you right now, Mr. Moore and the commissioners too, we will put 3 strands of barbed wire on the part that adjoins that subdivision.
Very good, very good.
I just did have to do that in Panacea, so I put 3 fence before on a 6-foot fence. We can do it right there again.
Very good, very good.
Or maybe coordinate with the neighborhood. They may not want that
Well,
barbed wire
that's
there.
correct. You can coordinate with the neighborhood, and if they want it,
I will do it.
Can you put it, you're going to have a fence all the way around it?
Yes.
Then basically if the neighborhood wants it, you'll put 3 wires of...
Sir, well, Mr. Walker, we have to follow our protocol. Now, yes,
Not
sir.
Constantino wire, right?
Pardon, no, I'm not talking about razor wire.
Well, I don't want Todd come across the fence there, you know, interfering with
That's
our
all right.
tenants there.
What will you get with those neighbors and work out if they want the fence or they don't want if they want the wire on top of the fence or they don't want it, and if they want it all the way around? Will you get
I
with
would not do the wire all the way around. I will do the wire that joins their neighborhood.
What you're going to do
with them.
You're going to do the fence. Well,
yes.
You're going to do the fence anyway all the way around.
Right.
How does it affect, it doesn't cost another $20 to put wire across the top?
The other neighbors might not want it.
Well, I agree with you.
That doesn't look very
understand.
attractive.
Right.
What is your anticipated rental price for these units?
$800.
And this is not, this isn't gonna be a HUD or low income or nothing, it's straight $800, right?
Our rent is $800 is what
Right.
we're talking about. And
HUD doesn't work like that.
Right,
You
that's
can't
what I'm-
Develop a HUD community.
right, this
I
has,
just
I have
wanted
nothing to do with
I just
HUD.
put that in the record that this was not gonna be a HUD development. This is
Right,
gonna
I have
be
nothing to do with HUD, so.
but yes, but there's that rumor was out there. I just wanted to put for the record, this is not gonna be that.
But if
And I
somebody,
appreciate, Mr. Chairman, you bringing it out there because
if
this is not
somebody,
HUD.
if somebody from HUD, and I'm not speaking disparagingly in any way, came to this apartment building and wanted to live there, they could apply through their
They
HUD
can do
process.
They could live
Right, and we
anywhere.
cannot discriminate
Like
on
any
unfair
rental
housing
property
act in
in
the
the
federal government. You're correct.
They
So-
can live in any subdivision anywhere. If there's a rental property in any subdivision anywhere and HUD decides that they want a family of 16 in that house, they can put them in that house. So,
No, not 16.
Well,
no.
we're...
No, not 16. You have to go
Yeah.
by the federal
But any-
regulation and
but
guidelines.
anyway.
And if it's a 2-bedroom apartment, basically you can only just have so
Would
many
you,
people
would
in
you
there.
get with the people and work out your...
I'd be glad to get with them about
Okay.
the barbed wire and the fence, sure, no
Okay.
problem. And the buffer, no problem with that.
And the buffer. You've already said you're going to have a 50-foot buffer, so we're already kind
We'll
of...
it'll probably end up with a 60-foot buffer,
Yeah, fine enough.
wherever the trees are.
And you've already said you're going to put a fence around anyway.
Right.
And now we're only talking about you getting with the people and deciding if they want the wire or whatever.
Sure.
Not a problem.
Commissioner Kessler.
Yeah, you know, for most people, their home is their largest investment. It's an integral part of their life. And some of the comments may have been made lightly, but I'm not feeling it lightly when I exchange myself and put myself in that gentleman's place and saying, someone in an apartment looking down on his private property, which used to be single-family homes. I think this board, with the statements that were made on a totally different property, which he said, okay, if you don't make them happy, then this would be the last vote from this board. Well, They didn't make them happy. The property didn't end up in their hands, and how that whole boondoggle was allowed to occur to rezone a piece of property that was not in the hands of the people that were intending to develop it is a whole other issue. But this thing, I think that the least this board can do, is before taking a vote, to table this to the next meeting, give the neighborhood the opportunity to get together with these developers and come back to the board. That's my suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that Commissioner Kessler was on the board when the county approved the smaller family zoning. He should have raised those issues then.
Yes.
And I ask you tonight to go ahead and approve the site plan.
I think I did. Raise the
It was
issues.
on there when it was approved. So,
All right, well, let's go into that discussion amongst commissioners.
Right.
Thank you.
You want to say it? No. Can I call up one of the people from the neighborhood again?
If it's up to the,
Yeah.
but if we do that, I also want to give Mr. Dodd Walker a chance, because he also, well, actually, he
All right.
asked first, so I would like to ask for
That's
Mr. Dodd
fine.
Walker, and then I can ask for the other citizen as well.
I think the citizens are interested parties in this, and they
Yes.
have all the right to speak.
Dodd Walker, 10 Bradley Court. This really should not be, this shouldn't be the forum for me to discuss with Mr. Dixon because this is not a dialogue, this is not a conversation across, sitting next to Mr. Dixon at a table talking about this. So this is inappropriate the way this is. But I can do what I got to do here. Mr. Dixon, if the fence is put on your property line, on the line, how are you not going to cut a tree to cut a fence line? Well, you got to cut trees to put a fence line unless you put it outside of the 50, unless you put a fence, and then there's a 50-foot buffer. You understand what I'm saying? So you can't put a fence on your property line, because you've got to cut trees to do that, and which is my property line. So, commissioners, we need with this. Thank you, Dr. Kessler. This is what we need. We need to sit down and be able to talk about this, and I want to be happy when it's over. At least I want to have had my say, to the developers and say, wouldn't this work? We can't. So anyway, that's all. Thank you.
Is there a lot of issues
Ma'am?
of concern, or just a buffer?
Yeah.
Come on.
Can y'all walk outside and talk a minute?
I completely agree with Dodd on this. This isn't a forum. Not when we counted on the fact that y'all all said this is the time that changes could be taking place. The fence being proposed with barbed wire on top of it, that's a chain link. Before, we actually talked about a wooded buffer. The 50-foot buffer we're talking about now, if I am correct, it's not 50 feet deep in trees. It's 50 feet at least wide, but that 50-foot buffer has grass pasture in there. We're not talking about density of trees. We're talking about a tree line, but there's not 50 foot of trees over there. And so that buffer is not exactly being represented correctly in this matter. We're looking for protections of our neighborhood, not for someone who's given us a promise and now technically, because it's a different piece of property, has the right to just say, oh, well, now they vehemently, they completely disagree with y'all tabling this to give us a say at this table. That was a part of the discussion before. If they're true at heart and they're true to the word and it was captured publicly, they should give us that benefit. But to sit there and say everything is matching 50 foot deep versus just trees 50 foot across, that's not correct. And we need a buffer. We've got to have it. If there's not 50 foot deep plus 10 feet or 100 feet, whatever, we need more trees in that pasture land. A wood fence is not too much to ask. A chain link doesn't stop us from looking at all the cars being worked on in the parking lot or the noise. It doesn't cut down the noise. We didn't talk about down lighting like we talked about the last time. The same developers, same plans. We're worried about, it was stated in that meeting, we like to see the stars at night. I don't care anything about seeing the neighborhood lights. There's a lot of these things that you're not taking into consideration that y'all did before, and so it shouldn't be a quick vote. It could be tabled just to give us a chance to do it, and y'all could direct this to happen. We're not saying don't build this thing. We're saying take us into consideration and let us have a chance to agree with it. It's coming. We know that. We accept that. But we have a right to protect our homes and to be able to have y'all's word to give us a chance at that table. Regardless of what everybody says, we should be able to have a chance to sit down with them and see how happy they really are wanting to make us. 3 strands of barbed wire That doesn't do anything.
That's...
It goes on record. So I have to say, that was not an acceptable, we're talking about our noise, our fencing, our privacy, a lot of stuff, and a 50-foot buffer with grass pasture does not cover it because it's not 50 foot deep in trees. So there's a lot of other considerations. It's not a site plan that meets all the things. You're affecting our lives.
Commissioner Moore.
My suggestion, the way I'm going to vote on this, is pretty much you've had a lack of communication. You just said you understand that it is going to go. It will happen. I'd like for Mr. Dixon and your association, y'all work it out. If you can't, you got to work it out. So whatever you choose, you have to work it out. You can't run over Mr. Dixon, neither can he run over you.
I completely agree, and I was told it's in writing when it comes back.
And
that's what y'all have to vote on, so give us a chance.
When I talked about the 3 strands, try to blank that out of your mind.
I'm on the other side of that 3 strands, so
Yeah,
I have to make sure I say
it
it the way I can see it happening too.
Forget that. But y'all get together and work it out, because it is going to happen, and it'll probably happen at the next meeting.
Absolutely. Give us a chance to do that, and put
All
something
right.
in writing that y'all can actually vote on, not a bunch of words that didn't get lived up to the last
Don't
meeting.
vote to table this, so I want to be sure to reiterate what Jerry said. Walt has every right to build those apartments there. He has the zoning, he has the future land use, he has the Crawfordsville plan. So whatever y'all vote to do, if Walt doesn't want to agree to do something, I would highly encourage you, follow the law. Here's what the law says you can do. And if the neighborhood's not happy because he didn't give something he didn't want to give, then that's just the way it is. But I think Walt's going to want to work with him. But anyway,
I'll say my piece on it. I think there does need to be communication between the homeowner association and Walt Dixon on this. You know, that would be. But as far as my view on this, I think Mill Hollow subdivision is a really great subdivision, and the situation I am in this, I do have friends in there that live there. I have a lot of people there that I have a lot of respect for. But at the same time, I know that this property was been zoned multifamily since 2005. So whether it was for the last, I think it was 2005, but since for those last few years, anyone could have come in there and put in an apartment complex, and whenever it's zoned multifamily, they can put in something. So the fact that it's zoned multifamily, and it's been zoned multifamily for several years, it's not going to always stay the open pasture that it is now. That would be like purchasing a home in between 2 empty lots, hoping that one day nobody's going to buy those lots and build a home. You know, whether it's now, whether it's later, someone at some point, since it's zoned multifamily, is going to develop it. What's being proposed, the zoning allows it. We have rules that are laid out that developers go by, that whenever they're preparing their site plan, that says that if they do these certain things, then we'll grant approval. And according to planning and zoning and everything that's been presented, the developers have complied with everything that we have asked as far as meeting each one of those things. And whenever it gets to this stage of the site plan, that's kind of where we're at. We've handed a developer something and with a set of rules, and they've followed and they meet the rules, and once it's determined that they've meeting the rules, then we do, then it's not that it's rubber stamping, but it's just if they do what we ask of them, then we grant the request. And so this property, even though it's open, it's not going to always stay open because it's zoned multifamily. But I do have a lot of respect for the people that do live in Mill Hollow, but I do feel bound because the property is zoned for multifamily. It allows it. I think there are some benefits to the apartments, but Mr. Dodd Walker does bring up a valid point about someone sitting over there being able to look down into his yard. You know, that's another point, but I don't know how you could design around that. Maybe if you planted trees, if it's an open 50-foot or 60-foot buffer that doesn't have as many trees now, maybe you can plant the trees there, so one day the trees will grow up enough to cover that. But anyway, I'm for the project, but I also, if the board votes to table this, I am in agreement with the citizens being allowed, or the residents in Mill Hollow being allowed to have communication with the agent.
I would certainly encourage all sides to have a conversation about this and try to move forward with it. I don't mind saying that
I don't like apartments. This is not my idea of the best use of land in our county, but I don't own all the land in the county. And so, I think that we've got to be careful that a lot of people think that we have more authority than we have. And government has a tendency to overreach. When we read this, when I read this, the motion was based on the recommendations of the Planning Council, findings of fact, and conclusions of law. What we're charged with doing is make sure that we're evaluating and see that has the applicant met the letter of the law. If we have the ability to just arbitrarily say, I like this or I like that, Wakulla County might look a whole lot like the way I grew up if I had my personal preference, but I shouldn't, no one in this position should have the authority to say, well, we're gonna pick and choose which laws we allow people to enforce, and we're gonna follow the ones that we like that fit. I certainly sympathize and I agree. And if someone built a home on stilts, they'd be able to look down at your property and we'd have the exact same problem. But would we tell them no, they can't do that? These are things that we deal with when we have to live together. I've told a couple people this example. The best example that I know of where a decision like this has gone awry, Lee County, Florida, I think it was in 2008. A developer brought a project forward. It was going to be apartment buildings, and a corner of it was going to be commercial for a big box. It was going to be a Home Depot. Planning Commission recommended it. Staff recommended it. Everything came forward. A crowd of people stood up, and the citizens said, we don't want it. We elected you, and you answer to us, and we don't want it. 5-0, the commissioner said, we answer to you. And they killed that project. They shot it down. Lee County got sued and lost $6 million, or the settlement, I don't know what the final was, but they lost the judgment for $6 million because they went with the will of the people over the findings of law. I've said that I don't like apartment buildings. I certainly sympathize, but I don't see any way to legally say no if the applicant has done everything that they've said. Then I'm just applying my personal preference. It would be a whole lot like our deputy here saying, I prefer you to drive 45 in a 55 zone. We'll be safer because of that, and he issues you tickets because of that. He doesn't have the authority to do that, nor do we have the authority. Yeah, we can do it. We can vote 5-0, but then if we make the wrong mistake, we're going to be accountable. And nobody has accused, said anything about accountability or lawsuits. And I'm just saying that, I'm not motivated by that, but I'm motivated to try to do the right thing. And I hope at the end of the day, people can say, well, I agree or I disagree, but he followed the letter of the law. And that's all I see here. I don't like it, but I see that the applicant has met the requirements, and so I don't see any way to say no.
That's the same place that I'm at as well. The applicant has met everything that we've asked the applicant to do. The property is zoned for that. By all practical purposes, if this vote passes, or if it's pushed to the next meeting, by all practical purposes, I'm already going can tell the residents I'm going to be voting for this project because of the fact that they're allowed to do it. But if there's a vote to table this, I would vote to table it on account of giving the residents the opportunity to have the communication they have asked for with those who have applied.
Are you willing to meet these people at this table? Are you You're not insisting on a vote tonight, then, right? You're not insisting on a vote tonight. You're happy.
Well,
if you request, okay, if that is not the best thing. That is the law, and we will have to vote for you. But let me tell you, if you stand by that, I will not help you in the future. If you stand by that without working with these people, I will not stand by you in the future, and I can do that. But I'll hold you to that wall.
Yeah. So, please.
Let me just throw something. There is a process. I mean, your local code does allow conditional approval of site plans. And I'm not recommending that, I'm just throwing this out here. It says when conditions are attached, approval will be withheld except upon written agreement by the applicant to conform to such conditions, in particular where the site plan indicates potential adverse effects on neighboring property, rearrangement of the plan, increased yard width, fences, hedges, or walls may be required.
I wouldn't just say, this is conditioned upon the neighbors being happy. That
No,
makes
no, no,
sense.
no, no. No, we would never,
it's
that
not-
would be...
We try to sit here today and say, put 3 barbed wire fence, then he's got to build that as a condition of approval. I'm not voting on this issue, luckily, but I look forward to y'all's decision.
So, I think, I think the citizens have been told by this board that the time they have to make an impact of what's being developed is at the site plan. So, now they get noticed late, they appear partially at a meeting in some of the residents, and they say, you know, this is something we've tried to watch for. It was under the radar. We want the opportunity to meet with the developers and work something out. I think the least that this board should be doing is to give them that opportunity to table this. We have no obligation to have to vote on this tonight. We can take...
You just follow all the rules, though, just like Family Dollar did, just like Walmart did.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. So have the citizens. They've paid their taxes, they lived in their home, they were waiting and watching for this thing, and they at least expected to be given the same opportunity on this project as they had on the last project to dialogue with the developers and try to come to an understanding. That's all they're asking for now. Table this for 2 weeks, bring it back. You all want to vote for it, vote for it.
You and I both know, Howard, though, even though I'm not voting on this, a site plan approval is much different than a zoning approval.
And that's the shame of this thing, is every time we go ahead, Commissioner Thomas, and approve a zoning that allows apartments that you now say you don't like, you've opened the path for those apartments to be out there on wherever.
Didn't you say you were on the board when this was approved? I wasn't on the board when this was approved.
Yeah, I'm saying, remember Cage Posey and Wakulla Aaron?
Okay.
Okay, way out, I don't know how many miles, and when you do that...
Let's remember this one.
When you do that rezoning, that starts the chain of events.
And when that was approved, was that consistent with our policies as well?
You know, I'm just saying, please don't talk out of both sides of your mouth.
No, I'm not. And when you just stated that they received late notice and flew under the radar, does that mean that our process was not followed? Are you saying that someone in our staff did not follow the process?
There is no mailed notice required for a site plan except to the applicant.
So let's
So
be clear.
yes, I'm saying that we were deficient as a county, yes, because if these citizens were calling in and asking to be advised that they wanted to know when a site plan was coming forward, and they weren't advised, yes, we failed them. We failed them, we owe it to them to have this thing tabled for 2 weeks.
So if that warrants changing the process, let's talk about that and let's change the process. But let's don't say that this flew under the radar and it came
For these citizens, it was under the radar. They did not know about it till just now, okay? Recent. It's under the radar for them. You want to split hairs and talk about what is.
Commissioner Moore?
If we didn't vote for this, he has met all the rules, he's met all the conditions. If we didn't vote for this, we're subject to suit by him.
Well, I think the issue that is sort of being discussed is the verbiage I just read, and that is we're trying to mitigate adverse impacts to the neighboring community.
Exactly.
That is allowed in your site plan approval procedures to impose conditions if this board feels that that's necessary in order to try to minimize those potential adverse impacts.
We can do that after the planning commission has made their recommendation. We can do that at this time.
You could table it because you want to think about a better way to buffer between the neighborhood and not get sued as long as you just table it to the next meeting. If you just deny it for nilly-nilly, no reason, then
we're not talking deny, we're talking approval with conditions.
I'm going to table, my vote will be to table it.
I will change my motion and table it as well, but I would encourage you guys to try to work this out, but try to work it out within the letter that we can be comfortable with, that we can approve and not put our county at risk. You know, I mean, certainly. No.
Well,
That's
not until the next meeting, you know, I mean, we table it.
Sure.
If, anyway.
My goal in,
go ahead.
my goal in this is not to say no unless some new findings of fact or findings of law come forward that give me reason to say no. I don't see that I have that right now, you know.
Will you please come on up to the microphone, Mr. Dick, please?
I have done all the requirements of the law. I expect you to vote for this tonight to approve it, because I followed every step of the law to get this thing approved. I have no problem meeting with Todd and these other guys to make sure we got an equitable solution right there. There's no problem with that. I've known Todd for a long, long time.
I agree that everything that's been asked, that you've
I'll do
complied with
that.
everything that's been asked, but if there's gonna be a meeting between you and the homeowners, it does need to come ahead of the vote. It doesn't need to be that we vote and then y'all meet.
I think I've done everything that's required under the law.
I'll tell you what I'm gonna do. Well, I'm gonna vote with you. You've done everything within the law. But I'm telling you again, you have got to reach agreement with these people.
I'll tell you right now, I will. I have no problem working with these gentlemen right here and work out something on that buffer.
All right.
You got my word for it.
All right, very good.
Well, and I agree that you've complied with everything under the law, and I've said that a dozen
No
times.
motion, I thought it was removed.
So that's the motion on the floor right now?
So,
I don't have a second on it.
Second.
so,
How you do?
so what's the motion, so repeat the motion in a second.
I'm gonna sit out in the audience.
To table it. Here's the thing. Yes, you've done everything under the law, and right now I don't see anything that would change my vote unless somebody brings something forward that is a new finding of fact. You know, I've said a dozen times, I just want to stick to the letter of the law and be fair and equitable. I don't think that we're in violation of the letter of the law of denying it, or not, I'm sorry, not denying, but tabling it for 2 weeks. All we're doing is giving an opportunity to be cordial, be neighborly, let's try to work this thing out. If they come back and you guys can't come together unless they bring new facts, I'm going to still be at the position I was at tonight to approve this. But I think it would go a long way, and I don't think that we're going to be in violation of the letter of the law by tabling this. And
Can I add two things here? One, if you do decide to table it, I would advise you that it should be to gather additional information and proposals in order to mitigate potential adverse effects on neighboring property,
So
which is
amended.
what we're talking about. But two, under your advertising requirements, it will have to be re-advertised. So we're talking not 2 weeks, we're talking 4.
I think, well, it's the way it's gonna have to be at this time. Well, everything that everything we've asked you to do, you've done. But I'm gonna be voting. I'm for your project. I'm gonna vote for the project. But at the same time, tonight I will be voting. If we have a motion and second to table it, I will be voting and table it because the citizens that live in that neighborhood need to be given the courtesy and the communication and the dialogue that they have asked for, because this will be an effect in that neighborhood. Even though the zoning allows it to happen, even though everything's happened, this will be an impact in that community, and I will be voting to table it in order to allow that dialogue to happen ahead of the final vote. But I am for the project.
Well, unfortunately, what the code says is that when you continue it, it has to be re-advertised, which requires 30 days for this board.
I don't think anybody listened to my earlier suggestion. I'm not voting on this. We could table it till the end of the meeting if they want to go outside and maybe they can figure something out in an hour.
I think it needs to be with the gathered homeowner association.
Well, I spoke to several people today, and I think I successfully made them all mad, and now, Walt, I'm sure I'm making you mad, and so we're probably at the right point.
I would just make it clear to the applicant that if this project sounds to me like the way you guys are looking at it. If it comes back the same way because the neighbors aren't happy, you're gonna vote for it.
That's correct.
Unless there's some new finding, unless there's something else that changes the situation, I feel bound to that.
I feel bound to approve it as it has been presented at this time, but I do think the dialogue needs to happen between the agent and the homeowner association.
I can basically, here again, I'll tell you, Mr. Walt, somehow you work it out with the neighbors. Okay, good enough. I already said I would do that, but that doesn't seem to be the consensus.
I would just like to get the opportunity to do it. I think let's err on the side of caution and let's see what comes forward. Yeah.
It'll have to be September 22nd because of the 30-day advertising and the deadlines for the paper, so the 22nd.
There's no way to advertise it any way different than the newspaper?
It would have to go in this week's paper, and I couldn't guarantee
Can't
that
you
it
put it
could.
on the website, for example?
No, it has to be in the paper.
We used to be able to plaster things on the courthouse door back in the day to count for advertising.
Yeah, no, it has to be advertised in the paper.
So the date we're looking at is September 22nd?
Well, could we put it in the Democrat and do it? I don't know how much
Yeah, I don't know their deadlines, but yeah, and the expense, so.
I guess it's
And how much time would that save?
2 weeks.
Would save 2 weeks?
Yeah, because we're looking at September 9th as opposed to the 22nd.
So, just to give you guys something else to chew on, since I'm
September
not
8th.
voting on this, if you put it in the Democrat, you could meet the 2-week time period?
Yeah, you could do it on September 9th instead of September 22nd. September 8th.
Yes.
September 8th, so it would be 30 days, roughly,
Yes.
instead of 45 to 60.
I'd be in favor of doing it September 8th, you know.
Cost $1,000.
Is that what it would cost to do it?
The Democrat's very expensive.
Versus how much to do 6 weeks in the news? So $100 to do 6 weeks and $1,000 to do 4.
I certainly don't want to do $1,000.
I say we're going to go with the September 22nd date for $100, and that's plenty of time for dialogue. But whenever we come back on if we vote for this and we come back on that time as it is right now, I am in favor of the project if nothing else changes. But that's by that date there should be no question about whether or not there's been dialogue or communication.
So, can I the motion is to table it to September 22nd.
Well, somebody would have to.
Is that to give additional time to consider?
If that is the fastest it could come back without paying $1,000, then yes.
I think she's trying to amend to consider what?
The impacts, potential adverse impacts on the neighboring properties and how to minimize those.
Right.
Whose motion? Was it your motion?
Yes.
I second what she just said.
Is that, I'm just trying to.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm second, and I'm good with that. That's what Commissioner Thomas agrees to.
There's been a lot of, I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, I'm trying to restate what I think we were talking about.
Yes.
Randy, are you good? Yes. Got it? Repeat the motion back, please.
Very good.
Should we reconsider? Or
All right, we have.
not voting on it. Thank God.
Hey, well,
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So am I.
we have a motion made and second to table until the September 22nd. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
And I recuse.
And to the neighbors, y'all have to get together on this. It's not just Walt has to get together with you. You've got to get together with him. Okay, wonderful.
Okay, we're going to move on to our next one. Item number 20 was pulled, so item number 21, Louis.
Yes, this is for board-directed changes to the Family Enclave Agreement, Section 5-7. We're recommending approval.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor of the motion?
This was my idea, if I could.
Okay.
I told Louis to give me credit, but he didn't do it. I didn't give him time, I guess. This basically allows the sick person to live in either the home or mobile home, and it takes us out of the loop on approving these, or the planning commission approving.
I want to add one more thing that I do like about this is the fact that it streamlines it to where it doesn't take 90 days to get approval anymore. Now somebody can go right to planning commission, because in some cases, if you have a family member that's really sick and that family member needs to have someone come and stay, depending on what the illness is or anything, you know, a lot can happen in 90 days, and the time it takes for 90 days to get how it was and time it takes to get for 90 days, a lot could happen. So I like that this was going to streamline it down a lot quicker to where just a matter of a couple weeks that someone can get approval and they can go on ahead and move in and help their family member. Do we have any more discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Louis, item number 22.
All right, this item is for the special area plan amendment that Mr. Boynton presented at the last meeting. Just real quickly, just to point out, it has changed somewhat from the last time you saw it. The area is slated to have the natural state area reduced from 45 to 20%. It must be located outside of the deeded lots. That area has changed. And this only applies to the area north of Woodridge Road and does not include the area at the intersection of Bloxham Cutoff and 319. That area will remain subject to the 45% natural state area. The Planning Commission reviewed this on July 5th and recommended 5-1 to transmit this item. This would result in the reduction of the natural state area from 170.65 acres to 103.54 acres. The applicant was requested to submit revised data and analysis, which he has submitted, and these items are included as attachments. We're available to answer any of your questions, and the applicant is available as well.
Second of two public hearings and approve to transmit the proposed text amendment CP 1401 to the special area plan 1 of the future land use element of the comp plan based on the recommendation of the planning commission and finds the facts including the law made by the board and any evidence submitted to herein hereon and accepting the staff report. Heather? Right?
Second. I have a motion made and second. I have card. Mr. Boynton, would you like to speak on the issue?
Only if there's questions.
Okay. Discussion amongst commissioners.
So, yeah, Louis, where was the, where was that nitrate loading analysis done? What attachment is that?
The nitrate loading analysis?
Yes.
Is it supposed to?
I had that marked a second ago. Attachment 8. Page 4 is the table that shows the changes.
Okay. And let me just get there first. Okay, so we have that person that did this nitrate loading analysis in the room. Do we know that?
No, I don't think the engineer is available. Here.
Okay, and Randy's not here, so maybe when he gets back. But this pine tree plantation, it says under this nitrate loading, it lists it at 738. And then it lists like having the development on the property of having a lower nitrate load.
Yes.
And how is that explained?
As I understand it, it is a result of, with the pine tree plantation, they assumed fertilization rates of that and standard fertilization rates. This would assume connection to sewer, and there were special area plan requirements that are still in place that affect how they can fertilize their yards. It requires best management practices. But in a nutshell, and my understanding of it is that's how the numbers were arrived at for a reduction in nitrate loading.
Right, so that makes the assumption that, because there's two columns there, but that makes the assumption still that there's fertilizing going on of pine trees if left in pine tree plantation. You all have pine trees, plantations, have you ever done any of that?
No, but I know right across the road is a farm, and I've personally seen ammonium nitrate go out there by the semi-loads, which this property would have been allowed to do that too. So I understand your argument about the fertilizing the pine trees, but it could have also been a pasture under the ag.
Oh,
I don't-
absolutely.
I don't fertilize my pine trees.
And neither do I. So, so we both just let them grow. And I just don't see how letting pine trees just grow is better than developing it as far as nitrate loading, but that's just me. What really concerns me is that we're, again, decreasing the natural portion of this and increasing, and definitely increasing nitrates of what's been going on there in the past. And, you know, P&Z voted for this 5-1. Originally, our Planning and Zoning Department had recommended board direction, and now they're recommending approval. Well, those are my concerns.
Have any more discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1. That concludes our planning and zoning. Now we're going to move into our general business. So first item, number 23.
All right. This agenda item requests board confirmation
I
of...
make a motion to approve.
Miss Rebecca.
Second.
She's
Still here?
She's amazing. She's passed the test.
She's like the veterans guy.
Exactly.
You
Poor
sit
guy.
through one of these
Yeah.
meetings, you may or may not want to take the job.
But she's Rebecca Hurst today. So, but in a month? This Saturday she'll be Rebecca Drummond. So if you hear of a Drummond down there, you say, wait just a minute.
They've
We didn't
done
hire
hired another
her.
employee.
We hired a Hurst.
You need to come back and we reapprove it at the next meeting.
Does
She's
that
getting
increase
married.
our insurance costs when she gets married?
No, not right.
Okay.
Okay, so
But anyway, we welcome her. She's very experienced. She's here in the county. She lives here in the county, and
Good.
we look forward to having her.
We're glad to have you. Thank you. So we have a motion. We have a motion and second. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 24.
Louis? Jay, you want to go up to the podium? Where's Louis? This agenda item requests board approval of one ship project change order and approval to exceed the LHAP limit of $75,000 for Leah N. Godwin. And Jay Mosley is here from GSG to answer any questions you may have.
Do I have a motion and a second?
Make a motion to approve.
Do I have a second? Okay, motion made. Second for discussion.
This is pipe clay and the elevated drain field is the reason for this change order,
That is correct.
which is very common construction,
Especially in that part of the county.
especially in that part of the county. Ace High Stables up there in the Woodville Highway area.
Okay, you got some people to...
I got two people to speak on it. I didn't know if y'all was wanting to ask him any more questions. Okay.
Yeah, that
All
is
right.
all.
Ms. Raven Fierce. Cleve Godwin.
My name's Cleve Godwin. Live at 55 Wildflower Lane. Thank you for letting me speak. Pretty much, the county destroyed my property, my mortgage property. I'm the co-owner. I spoke with a real estate attorney today, Dan Manassa, just before this meeting. He advised me to ask you to put my property back the way it was, as close as possible. He stated that I own 50% of the property and I am not liable for the debt you are trying to make me responsible for. I have not applied for any SHIP money, and as your county SHIP administrator, and county attorney said today, because I don't qualify for the SHIP, it will be responsible
that I pay half of it back if it goes into default. That's not fair. I do not agree with this, and I will not be responsible if I have to reclaim this property as my divorce decree states. So please, gentlemen, give this a second look. This is going to get pretty ugly. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Raven Fierce.
Raven Fierce, 54 Raven Road. As you can see, there is a second owner to this property. I do believe that everybody with the county administrator's office thinks they did everything right with this. Perhaps they did, perhaps they didn't, but I would think that if you were doing a private mortgage, you'd have to have everybody's signature to execute a second mortgage, would you not? So I did a couple of public records requests, and I want to address some things with you. Number one, you haven't gotten Wells Fargo's approval. We contacted them today. We've contacted an attorney, and then I'm sure you've got a very angry contractor. Mr. Godwin signed no approval. He did not sign the application. You did not take his income into account. He will not qualify for this loan. How can I go out, let's say my ex-husband goes out and runs up a mortgage on me, and then you're going to tell me I'm responsible for 50% of that? That is like the county just imposing something on somebody that had no knowledge. So I'm going to read a couple of emails that I got through a public records request. The first one is from your county attorney, which she was very nice today and said, you know, I'm not a real estate attorney, but I think she's got some really good sense. She said, unless there's something that prohibits the county from requiring a title search or paying for the title search out of SHIP funds, I would recommend that we amend our program to require a title search for all SHIP rehab projects in the future, and that all identified property owners consent. Also, if it's a demo, then the mortgage company would also need to consent. This is a problem. Second, Mr. Mosley contacts your Florida Housing, I guess that's who oversees your SHIP program, and he says, oh, you know, we've got a divorce decree, which he only had 1 or 2 pages out of a 23-page decree, and he says, is that satisfactory evidence with the deed? And this gentleman says yes, and the county attorney comes back and says, well, what you failed to tell Mr. Chaney with Florida Housing is that Mr. Godwin does not have to give up his interest in the property until the first mortgage is satisfied. Then, I just want to make sure that you guys aren't going to move to approve this on the account that Leah Noel Godwin has threatened you. I'm going to read you an excerpt from an email sent from her to Robert Sheets and also Jay Mosley. It looks like it got forwarded to a couple people in the county, and I've also forwarded it to all of you. It says, I've got 2 very money-hungry contingency lawyers that are drooling over suing everybody they can associate with this. Unfortunately, they're talking Fed, County, and SHIP. As I told you the other day, if it is not approved on the 4th, I will be forced to move forward.
Thank you, ma'am. Those are our 2 speakers for discussion amongst the board.
Wow, what a mess.
Ralph, this is your area of expertise, right?
Well, no, I try to avoid this area. But yes. And I've spoken to David a lot, and I've spoken to Heather, and I've been, you know, spoken to these folks and been involved in a lot of these emails. I don't know what the clear solution is here. You know, I do know that he has an ownership interest in this property. There's no doubt. The divorce decree gave Noel the property, but the same divorce decree says that the mortgage has to be satisfied, and then he's required to sign a quitclaim deed to release his interest in it. My concern is, you know, if this was in the mortgage world that I work in my other job, I would say, hey, glad to help you guys. And I have helped these guys before. I have financed them in the past. But I would say, hey, y'all need to go sort this problem out and then come back to me, and I move forward with one of you or both of you. You know, I'm a little bit frustrated that we've been in the middle of this conflict. The divorce decree states that if Noel defaults on it, and hopefully that'll never happen, but if she does, the property goes back to Cleve. And so now we've taken a first mortgage that's out there, and we're trying to add a second mortgage behind it, If that situation comes up where the property goes to him, then, you know, what happens to the county's interest in it? I don't see how you can obligate anybody to something that they haven't agreed to.
And that's not what we said.
That's not...
Okay.
I mean, if it came to that, the county would only be able to go after the 50% that Mrs. Godwin owned.
And I asked her about this because something similar happened to me. I was joint owner with a partner on some property, and unbeknownst to me, he pledged his half ownership in that property as security for a loan. So whenever he lost it or is losing it, all of a sudden I never lost my half interest, but now I own it with the bank, or I will eventually. So I guess this is similar, I guess, in a way.
Basically, the way I can see what Ralph said and what little I know about this, the judge can order, and I told you today I have a lawyer in the background. You know, we all become lawyers. Okay, but it's my opinion that if a judge orders somebody to do something, to sign a document or whatever, he is still on that paper until he does it. Yeah. Just because a judge, because he can appeal it, so he is not off the hook, or somebody's not off the hook because he can appeal it for 10 years, so he's still on it. So how in the world is somebody doing business without doing a doggone title search? I cannot believe we would have done business. I've never done business. I wouldn't buy a tree. SHIP program, it's a different program when this happens.
Hey, we're talking, what, $90,000. This isn't small potatoes here.
But basically speaking...
It's not people's property tax money that's being spent on this. I just want to make that clear.
It's their federal tax.
Yes,
yeah, but
their federal tax.
The bottom line is, until he signs that document, he can appeal it to the cows come home. And how in the world can SHIP or anybody else deal without doing title search?
Well, all I can tell you is that the statutes and the SHIP rules and the county's LHAP do not require that. We can fix that going forward. We've already drafted amendments that will come back to you to fix that. But going back, we can't go back in time. The property, the mobile home that was on this property has been destroyed. It's not there anymore. So we have to go forward with those facts in mind.
I don't think we can go forward against this guy who has, with all due respect, you're the attorney.
Is he going to be on hook for the loan, for the money?
Until he signs off on it.
No, he is not.
He's not going to be on hook for the money.
Well, let's explore that. Let's walk through that. Let's say we get a situation where she goes into default and he says, I don't want it, and so it goes into a foreclosure. Wells Fargo comes after the property. Okay?
On Wells Fargo, we can't do anything.
What's that?
Hold on,
we don't.
Hold on, Ralph.
We'll go ahead.
Okay. So it goes through the foreclosure. Now, here's part of what I'm worried about here. We've got a first mortgage that's, $86,000. We're now trying to put another nearly $90,000 mortgage behind that. The divorce decree says that she can refinance this thing and get him off of it at some point. We just made that a lot more difficult for that to ever happen. And we can subordinate it, but whether or not she's going to qualify, I have no idea. We put a situation in there where we've put ourselves in the middle. And I understand if our LHAP doesn't say it, I don't see a clear answer. I'll be honest, and I've been doing mortgages for 15 years. To me, the closest thing I can get to a clear answer is to find out if Wells Fargo is okay with us moving forward in writing, to find out if the folks that give us the federal grant money are okay with us moving forward, and the two owners of the property. I mean, I think we have to do that. I think that all the people that are affected have to be at the table. This is not a whole lot different than what we did to Walt Dixon. We got to get all the people at the table and make sure they're all comfortable moving forward. Because we accidentally or whatever, we got ourselves in the middle of something we should never even been involved in.
And that's doing anything without a title.
Right. I bought a $4,000 Wakulla Gardens lot and I had a title search. I wouldn't do anything without a title search.
We even started requiring them for right-of-way acquisition. None of y'all were around at the time, Cleve was, and we bought somebody quit claim deed us a piece of right-of-way, went out and cleared it, and some guy come up and said, thanks for clearing my land, now you need to write me a check for it.
Right. Right. So, I mean, I'd like to tell you there's a clear solution, but I think we got to get, I mean, the way I see it, we've got at least 3 or possibly 4 targets that can draw down on us.
What's your suggestion, and let's see what she says.
Well,
What's your suggestion with the motion that is on the floor? What's your...
Well, let's say you were going to start all over. What would your suggestion be as a motion?
I can say that maybe we'll be in a legal battle with one of these folks, or maybe with Wells Fargo, or maybe all 3 of them. I don't know. But if we're going to be in a situation where we're going to be in a battle, the smartest thing for me to do is hang on to the money, and then we'll figure that out later. At least we still got the money. I have a hard time with us start writing those checks until we have a clear path. Now, if we got a clear path, and even if Cleve doesn't like it or Noel doesn't like it, but we got a clear path that we know that we're comfortable going forward and we can stand up to whatever attacks come, then we can start spending the money. But right now, you know, we need to, if I was Wells Fargo, I would probably call the note due tomorrow. As soon as I found out about it, I would probably say, I've got $86,000 hanging out there and my collateral is gone. I'm going to call the note due just to protect my interest. That's probably what my company would do.
Collateral's gone because...
Then you sue the fellow who took the collateral.
And Wells Fargo don't care why it's gone. All they know is they got $86,000 hanging out there and nobody's answering for it.
It's a vacant piece of property.
They're going to come after us.
Well, it certainly improves the situation. I understand that. But in the mortgage industry, I don't get to just pick and choose what the collateral is. We do an appraisal. We have to meet guidelines. We got a legal description. This legal description includes mobile home titles with 2 halves. So, I mean, it's not quite that simple. Practically, that sounds great. I understand. But it's not quite that simple. You know, and so I'm afraid that Wells Fargo could call the note due. Now, let's walk down that. Let's say they call the note due. I doubt Cleve's going to spend $86,000 trying to protect this thing. So as soon as they call that due, if this thing goes through the foreclosure, in today's mortgage market, even if it gets resolved and this thing ends up being sold or whatever, a notice of default looks the same as a foreclosure on your credit. He will not be able to get anything financed for 3 years unless this all gets cleaned completely off his record. Just the fact when that notice of default starts, we start destroying his credit. You know, so
what's the possibility of...
Somebody's going to leave this room mad.
Yeah.
I understand that. That's why we shouldn't be in the middle of this at all. I'm okay with that.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm okay with that if we can get everybody to agree to that going forward before we start writing the checks.
Okay. Okay, ma'am, we don't need to turn this into a Jerry Springer show. So, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I understand.
Let's hear from GSG.
I do understand.
Let's hear from Jay with GSG.
Yes.
Gentlemen, we do have a serious issue here. The facts of the matter are Noel Godwin was fully qualified and approved for SHIP. We have documented that over and over again. There is no grounds for disqualification. Okay? We have researched the matter, and her application is solid. Her income is solid. The ownership was verified. She has a valid contract. Right now, it's in effect for $69,000 some odd dollars. I forget exactly what it was. I'll tell you the exact $69,119. She has a valid contract. Her contractor is actively working on the project, and he's going to at some point submit pay requests. If you're not going to approve the change order, how do we proceed? Are you going to snatch the contract and leave him hanging out there? Right now, the house has been demolished and the slab has been poured. He is at that
Oh, I know.
stage.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to approve the change order, you need to give us some direction on how do you want us to proceed with the contract that he has in effect and that you have already approved for $69,169.
That just threw another little iron in the fire there. The slab's already been poured, right?
The slab has been poured.
I've got a recommendation.
Yeah,
Probably
stop,
20 grand.
stop,
Let's
Stop
stop
the
spending
building.
money. Let's
Yeah.
stop spending money. Let's go ahead and tell the builder right now, let's put everything on hold till all the dust settles. Let's stop freeze the checkbook on this job. Let's go to Wells Fargo, let's put a plan in place and say, are you okay with us doing this? Are you okay with us replacing your collateral with a better home, put you in a better collateral position? Are you okay with us moving forward with this without you bringing legal action? Let's go to the folks the feds that gave us the grant money, and let's assure, even if we got to go to the auditor that we approved at the last meeting, let's have this thing audited. Let's get written confirmation that Wells Fargo and the feds are okay with this moving forward. Then all we have left is the question of whether or not Cleve has an interest that can be protected. At that point, I don't know. At that point, we may have to drop back to what the county attorney said and say, hey, you're just hanging out there, and I don't like that. But I mean, what else can we do?
There's not a good solution here.
Oh.
You know, my fear is if you don't go forward, that Wells Fargo is going to have a bigger beef with the county because their collateral, or part of it, the structure part of it, is gone.
well, we're going to substitute a better position for Wells Fargo.
Exactly, and they will likely be happy with
Yeah.
that and be fine with that moving forward.
Yeah. They're not as
If we pull the plug entirely, we'll definitely draw suit from probably multiple
Well,
parties.
I'm thinking, as Ralph said, is we're not going to necessarily pull the plug entirely. We're just going to give Wells Fargo a call and say, can we substitute this for that? And if I were Wells Fargo, I'd say sure, because when they put this on the market, it will sell for 20 cents on the dollar, and most likely these people can't make up the other 80 cents. So they're not going to get anything.
Because you got to
Yes, Commissioner,
I agree. No, you're right.
This
This should have been done.
Calling Wells Fargo to get their permission would have to come from the two people on the mortgage. We have no standing on
Let's
that.
have them do that.
They could actually, with all due respect, they could give you power of attorney to do that. You may not want their power of attorney, but they could both give you power of attorney to negotiate with Wells.
I don't want their power of attorney.
I wouldn't want to give them that either.
What kind of timeline is this on? In other words, if it was modified instead of just pulling off, if this were tabled for 30 days. Right now, the motion on the board is to approve the change order, by the way.
Commissioner, she has been out of her house since March, and all of these issues have delayed the contractor. He has started work several times. He's got it actively permitted. I mean, she is living with, I understand it, her parents, and it's probably not an ideal situation.
Well, I'm sympathetic to that, but legally is what I'm talking about, not what somebody's living situation is. If it was tabled for 30 days to have Ralph's concerns addressed, because I think what he's saying is we'd like a little bit more level of comfort that we're not going to have a pantsuit on.
Well, I can tell you right now from the meeting that we had with Cleve Godwin today, we're not going to get his permission. If you're wanting permission from him, then he's not going to give it. He indicated that today.
Let's say you get permission from the Fed saying that this is okay expenditure of money. Let's say you get permission from Wells Fargo for you to move forward and build this house. And let's say she can qualify for a refinance once this is all said and done. Well, he could certainly start legal action against us, but if she can get refinanced and get him paid off, he's going to be obligated to sign the deed whether he likes it or not.
Commissioner Thomas,
Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Why don't we do this? We may want to make a contingent approval here. Okay? And here's what I think needs to happen. I think us following and correct me if I'm wrong, us following the SHIP guidelines, that's going to be the approval. That as long as we can say, yeah, we followed the SHIP guidelines on all this stuff. Now, since Noel and Mr. Godwin, they're both on the deed. And I'm assuming they both can talk to
Are they both on the mortgage?
They're both on the mortgage. All right? And it's her house, she's the one that applied. So what I would say is let's bring this back in 2 weeks, let's continue to work, but if she hasn't called and cleared this with Wells Fargo, we drop it and we're done. Because that's incumbent upon her.
I don't know if it's that simple. I don't think we
it's incumbent upon her to get that, not the county.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to approve this extra $15,000. You're right, but we don't have to approve this extra $15,000.
How's the slab already poured if the change order is about the slab?
He didn't want to stop work.
Ma'am,
I mean, I don't know. Wells Fargo's the mortgage company. Wells Fargo may be just the servicer of this mortgage. Fannie Mae may own this mortgage. Okay,
one they do.
Yeah, I mean, we got to know who the players are moving forward in this thing. I don't see any way around that. Didn't realize there was a problem.
Hold on.
Ma'am.
Hold on.
Ma'am.
Need to come to the call. Let her come to the mic.
Ma'am, we're not going to have any more talking from out in the audience. If you continue, I'm going to have to ask the deputy to have you go outside. Okay? That goes the same for both sides of the aisle. Okay? The only one that can speak is the one coming up here to the microphone. Going forward, anyone else that wants to purge side, I'm going to have to ask the deputy to intervene. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas, and I do need to correct something. This is state funding. The federal government has no input into this funding. We have already verified through Florida Housing Finance Corporation that she is indeed eligible as far as income and ownership. She is eligible to participate in the SHIP program. So we have already verified that she is eligible.
And I'm not doubting that. I would like confirmation from them that their program allows you to demolish a house without all interested parties in the process.
Sir, we have already reviewed the SHIP manual, we have reviewed the statute, we have reviewed the rule. There are no requirements.
I'll be honest with you, I'm looking for third-party confirmation because I'm not looking to get you off the hook and get me on it.
I'm not looking to be let off the hook or to be on the hook. I am just reporting to you what we have already verified. We have already verified exactly what you are asking for.
I have not seen that.
And you verified that with Florida Housing?
I verified that through Michael Cheney, who is the enforcement arm through that Florida Housing Finance uses.
Okay, can he provide that to the commissioners in writing?
I have it in an email that he said that is satisfactory documentation of ownership.
Now, if you're talking about the email that we saw where you said the divorce decree gave her the property,
and it did.
But nowhere in that email did you point out the divorce decree said that he had to be released of his interest in it.
Sir, there is no requirement that you can't have another owner on the property, and there's no requirement for notification, and there's no requirement for releasing him from his ownership.
I deal with these every day, all day long, and there's no way I would encumber somebody without their permission. I don't. You know, whether or not the LHAP gives you the authority to disregard that, you know, I mean, I can go put a mortgage on your house according to what you're telling me, and then we'll get you to pay it off and I'll keep the money. You know what I mean? That doesn't make sense to me. Does it? This man didn't sign off on this. He's got an ownership interest in this property. Until the full terms of the divorce decree, people come to me every week with a divorce decree, but if it hasn't been fully executed, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter until everything the judge said is complied with. You know, it doesn't matter. When Miss Godwin signed the statement said that she was the only one on title under penalty of perjury, that was incorrect. That was incorrect. She's not the only one on title. Am I wrong?
I'm not an attorney. I'm just saying that she is
eligible. Until his interest is released, he's on title. She signed a statement under penalty of perjury that says that she was the only one on title.
I don't know where she signed anything of that nature. I mean,
I'd be
if you,
glad to
if you,
produce it
if
for
you
you.
have something
It's on
like
your
that.
notice of commencement, I believe, is where it was at.
That's a standard notice of commencement that everybody signs.
And if it's signed under penalty of perjury, please don't tell me it's okay to just disregard a notice of penalty of perjury.
I'm not an attorney.
That was just
you know.
a notice of commencement, right? That wasn't part of the
You
application.
know, let me see if I've got it here.
It's a county notice of commencement.
So you can't do her house and take him off of it?
We have no control over the mortgage company. What the mortgage company...
It's the first mortgage.
So the mortgage company won't make her loan unless he's on it? Is that...
I have no idea. We are not
Is that
even
correct?
involved with
Let
the
me-
first mortgage.
Okay. Let me ask, I don't know how to do this, but can she get the mortgage without your name on it? She can't. So she has to have your name on the mortgage.
Now, she could get a new one.
Sir, come on up to the microphone, please.
She could get a new one and refinance and get him off of it. The problem is, you know, if someone knows a way to get a lender to refinance something that doesn't exist, I don't know how to do that. You know?
There's several facts in the divorce decree, but 9.6 says neither party shall hereafter incur any obligation or liability for which the other party will be liable. She has done that. I could probably go after her beyond this for this.
Well, that sounds pretty official to me.
A judge signed this. This is on record in the county
Yeah.
courthouse.
And
This whole thing's a mess. I mean, there's no way around it. The whole thing's a mess.
If she can get,
Procedure encumber him?
if she can get any,
Huh?
No, you won't be liable. I mean, that's what I was trying to explain today. We would only be able to, if there was a default on the first mortgage and then a default under the SHIP agreement, we would only be able to go after
50%.
her proceeds.
You told me
from that.
today I would be responsible. If I take the property over, she has to get off the property, and I'm gonna be incurred 50% of what's left owed on the SHIP
No,
program.
we would only be able to go after 50 if the property gets sold and there's $20,000 left, excess proceeds after the first mortgage is satisfied, at most the county would be able to go after 50% of those proceeds.
Let's not get there. Let's don't even get that far. Let's get this out of my name and let her get her own financing and she can have her house. That's the way I see it.
Nothing I can do for that, nor can the
The
county.
lady wants to say something.
Ma'am, will you come up to the microphone, please? Thank you.
She's living in a very nice home right now.
Hi. A few things that have been misconstrued is, one, as Ron McDaniels and I talked many times over a 2-week period, and I made sure that I offered the whole divorce decree. He said he didn't need it. I was actually approved to refinance when I got approved for this, and I dropped the refinancing option to get this done. I can get refinanced. I am making the payments even though I don't have a home there. I make the payments, and I'm paying all of that, plus I'm having to support us with the extra money that it takes for me and the kids to live at my mother's. I have to pay insurance. I'm still paying full insurance on it as if the house was there. It's not going to go back to him because I'm paying the bills. I have paid the bills and I will continue to pay the bills. If someone will get that house started to the point that they will allow free refinancing, then you're going to have the problem because he's not going to sign it and I'm going to have to take him back to court anyway. If the only way to fix this, the only way is build the house where I can get a refinance. Without it, we're just sitting here and we're tabling and we're tabling and we're tabling. In the meantime, we don't have a home. I have a flat piece of dirt. And y'all get to go home every night. And you get to sit up here with a gavel and say, table it. It's not that easy for us.
And I'm fine with that suggestion as long as we can know all the parties involved are okay with it as well. Because if we just say, yeah, just run forward, we're going to be left holding the bag. Okay? We're going to be the ones. And that's not what we're elected to do. We're elected to protect the county's bottom line. And this is a situation that we shouldn't be in. I'm not on your side, I'm not on his side. I'm on the county side and the people's side, and we're in a mess that we shouldn't be in. But, you know, I mean, that only way I know to move forward with it is let's get all the people that are involved. You know, we may move this thing forward and Wells Fargo may say absolutely not, under no circumstances.
Then what happens?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm asking you,
Yeah.
what happens
I
when
don't know.
they call the note due?
Yeah. We
It's
want
not
to-
a yeah,
we
it's
want to-
what
We
happens.
want to avoid that.
The only way to avoid it is to let me refinance it.
If we can know for sure that 2 years from now, when we're audited, or a year from now, that they're not going to come back and say, this was unacceptable, this was the wrongful use of these funds, okay? If I have that assurance in writing from his company, from our county administrator, from our county attorney, then I've got something to hang my hat on, that I ask the right questions and we move forward with the right information. If I have assurance from Wells Fargo that they're okay with us moving then at this point, sorry, Cleve, he's the only one left holding the bag, that we got to hope that you can actually get refinanced and get him off, and we're just kind of delaying him being able to take action against us.
Let me be straight what you're asking, because it's still my motion. You want a letter from her?
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. I would recommend, there is not a perfect solution here, and I heard what you said, you want it restored. We don't have the ability to restore the mobile home that's been demolished. I don't know how the county could do that and recreate it. There's no funds to do it, and it doesn't exist anymore. So one possible path forward is to approve the change order tonight, contingent upon us getting documentation from Wells Fargo that they'll accept substitute collateral when the house is built, and they can send them the plans and the contracts and all of that.
That's where I was trying to go, but...
And then get approved...
And I've got it here, I've got a copy here, and it was prepared by Meridian.
And get something from Florida Housing.
That's what I was trying to get to. Because somebody's going to leave this room mad. All right, I've realized
And I
that.
No way
understand
around
that.
that. Somebody's leaving,
There's
man.
no doubt. Somebody's probably going to end up getting sued. So,
And
my
the best
motion-
we can hope for at this point is to make sure we've asked all the right questions.
Right. I
and we-
agree. I agree. We got ourselves
If we
much
get
spot.
those two, we can do it contingent upon approval. of those
Contingent
two.
upon, all right, I'm going to modify my motion, contingent upon
Oh.
the letter from Wells Fargo, right?
To substitute collateral.
Substitute collateral, and what was the other thing?
And
Around-
something from Florida Housing. that it
Compliance
was-
with the SHIP
Compliance
program.
with the SHIP program. That's my motion. You modify your second? Second.
I would add,
Okay, he
I would
said
add
yes.
one more thing, that
Think
she's
Mr.
going to move forward with the refinance, which she wants to
Of
do that
course.
anyway.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, I'll accept that too. Is that all right with you?
Mr. Godwin is wanting to speak again.
Is that all right with you? Hold on.
Good with me.
All right.
Yeah,
Now we got a
hey,
motion.
hey, Randy, Mr. Godwin wants to speak again, but before we vote, let's let him speak and then we'll vote.
Okay.
Can I get what she said in writing so that I'm off the hook for it?
It'll be in the minutes.
Everything that, well, and not only that, though, this whole meeting's gonna be on YouTube. He got a video of it.
Yeah.
Might be able to sell that video too.
That's better than in writing. I mean, you can,
Howard, this is the quietest I've ever seen you.
that goes
Very
both,
smart.
goes both ways.
I don't think he's
Letter,
done it.
I would like a letter from the county saying I will not be on the second mortgage. I will not be responsible for it, wherever we go from
You
here.
are not on it.
You're not on it, so.
It'll be at the courthouse recorded.
It'll be recorded at the
You'll
courthouse,
obviously
and your
not
name
on
won't be on it, so.
Well, what about a situation where if the property ever does go back to him, we would have a release of liability of the second mortgage?
Is that something you check with?
If it doesn't cause any additional problem, and there's no
Yeah.
additional
With the-
exposure.
Or with the SHIP, as long as that wouldn't be in violation of the...
The way the second mortgage is written is, it could be assumed, okay? Now, if Cleve wants to move back into the house and assume that second mortgage, then he would be responsible for complying with the requirements of that second mortgage, which he's already indicated he does not, okay? So he would not income qualify, and according to your county attorney, he would be responsible for half of whatever was remaining.
I never said that, you guys.
Okay.
That is not what I said.
Okay.
Over and over.
I apologize, Heather.
Yes.
No, I mean, that is so wrong. When you own property as tenants in common, I mean, each can separately mortgage, and that mortgage entity, whether it's a private mortgage entity or whether it's the county with a pseudo mortgage, we would only be able to go after the 50% ownership interest, not anybody else's interest. So,
And that's what we want to release him of. Any 50%, any percentage whatsoever, if it ever, hopefully it never gets to that situation, she lives there forever, raised the kids, beautiful, everything's happy. But if we ever get in that, we don't want to put him in a situation where 10 years from now, we're all gone, and he's banging his head up, say, well, watch the YouTube video, you know, I mean.
and I understand that, and we can look at that. I don't know what we could do to give him comfort, but we can certainly talk, and we probably can come up with something to bring it back to the board.
And this vote tonight is on contingent of those two things happening, right?
Okay,
You
the
mentioned earlier.
contingencies that I have are substitute collateral from Wells Fargo, confirmation from Florida Housing that the application is in conformance with the SHIP guidelines. Was there one other that you guys just said?
Yeah, move forward with the refinance.
She's gonna move, but that's out.
Can't do that
We
to the
don't-
house.
we can't govern that.
We can't
Now, Ms.
force
Godwin, you do
we can
understand,
try to apply, but we can't guarantee.
Ms. Godwin, you do understand you're gonna need to help get that, you're gonna have to get that letter from Wells Fargo. What you'll need to do is work with GSG on that, with Jay, okay? Well, you work, but it's incumbent upon you to make sure that gets done, okay? All right.
I'd get your contract, your
Let's
notice
figure
of
we're-
commencement,
we're
give them a
fixing to move
time
ahead.
frame, show what's going on. We want a solution to this thing. We just don't want to be caught in the crosshairs in the middle of all this, that's all.
All right.
If we have a motion made and second, well,
You're
hold
missing
on.
one.
Let's wait for Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Harris to get back.
We can go ahead and vote, can't we?
Yeah, I reckon you could.
Okay, so the motion
Repeat the motion.
hearing.
Yes. The Boinka.
All right, the motion on the floor is to accept the project change order to exceed the CHIP LHAP limit of $75,000 for Leah and Godwin, contingent upon receiving documentation from Wells Fargo that they will accept substitute collateral and confirmation from Florida Housing that the agreement meets CHIP guidelines.
Only.
So it's a motion made and seconded, right? And we can go ahead and vote without having all five?
Sure.
All right, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion passes.
All right. Well, let's move on to another ship thing here. My bet at 10 o'clock is...
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve?
I'll second it, but I do want to say that I've done hundreds of these as an engineer, and this could have been done cheaper. Usually when I do these, groundwork at 3 or 4 feet, I just widen the footer out, but I'm not going to deny it, but it could have been done cheaper.
25.
Okay. All in favor?
You may want to look at a local engineer next time instead of... Okay.
This is the culp. This is the culps.
All right. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
Jackie, we ought to bill you for this entertainment now. Thank you, guys, the Godwins. Thank y'all. Yeah.
All right, we have tab number 26.
This is the next agenda item, number 26, which is request board approval of subordination agreement.
Sure.
Subject to certain terms for Centennial Bank for Nancy Culp, and authorize the county administrator to execute same
Motion
upon
approved.
closing.
Second.
Okay, hold on. So the terms are in the agenda item, are those included in your motion? Because the subordination agreement, the loan has not been refinanced right now, so the
I
subordination
moved
agreement
option
has...
1, which says subject to the terms outlined above.
Okay, very good.
And my second as well.
Okay, motion made and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, number 27.
Number 27, request board approval of resolution accepting the conveyance of the wastewater system from the city of
Motion approved.
Shopee.
A motion made and seconded to approve. We have any discussion? All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion
Jackie, you
passes.
stayed all night just for that.
Thank you, Dan.
Thanks, Dan. Thanks, Ms. Jack.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was your call. Oh,
All right,
boy.
number 28.
Number 28 is, number 28 is tabled. 33, tab 33 is request board approval of a letter to the Department of
Motion to
Environment.
approve.
All in favor of the motion? Aye.
Aye.
All righty. Commissioner, agenda items. Y'all got it.
That number 33, you know, if that happens, that's gonna be really, really great, I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
That will
it'll
be
happen.
really
It'll
great.
happen. We're punching the right buttons.
All right, okay, Commissioner Kessler, we're at Commissioner items.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so, let's go here. So, prior to January 1, 2012, Wakulla County did not tax its citizens on the use of electricity, gas, liquefied petroleum, or manufactured, nor water. So these utilities, the taxation on them went into effect January 1, 2012, with a 7% tax on electricity, metered or bottled gas, and water within the unincorporated area of the county. In addition, there was also a 2.8 cent per gallon tax on fuel oil. The public service utility tax is a flat tax on electricity, water, and metered bottled gas and fuel oils, and it's these essential utilities that affects those who can least afford them, the tax. If this public service utilities tax is reduced from 7 to 6%, it will result in an anticipated revenue reduction of $175,521. This is less than the anticipated increase in revenue of $199,650, would still result in an increase of the PST for the budget year 14-15 of $24,129 compared to that of 2013-14. So I make the motion to vote to reduce the public service utilities tax to 6% from 7%.
I will approve that motion if you will amend your motion to reduce it to 5%.
I will do that. I need to do the calculations, though, of what that would be. I don't know if I can do that. Let me think on that a second. I have told you that the
350,000, huh?
yeah, that becomes, originally I came forward to with elimination of this tax. In order to do this, you have to also at this level be willing to make cuts in the budget, which I'm willing to do. But without that, I don't know how you can go forward. So I reserve to keep the initial tax there, because I'm not understanding how you would propose to cover that additional $150,000 more or less.
If you will not amend your motion to 5%, then I'll withdraw my second.
Okay, well, I think that that's what you're doing. Yeah, I don't think responsibly, without the board being willing to...
Well, we have the motion. If
No.
we don't have a second, then we need to move ahead with the meeting.
Well, the numbers will work at this. I don't know how they would work at the other, so that's for you to discuss. If you don't want to discuss that, then it's moving on.
So we have the motion. Do we have anyone who will second it? The motion dies for lack of a second.
Thank you.
Next item, Mr. Kessler.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This next item deals with Bell Forbes Road. And Bell Forbes Road, of course, is located in Crawfordville off of Council Moore Road. It's a dirt road. There are a limited number of homes on that road. It is presently not on Wakulla County grading list. The road is privately owned by multiple landowners. The residents of Bell Forbes desire to cede their ownership of the road to the county so that the road can be placed on the county grading list. The home and landowners understand that there is a process and a procedure that needs to happen in order for the Board of County Commissioners to arrive at the point where a vote can be taken to accept the road's right-of-way. We apparently are in a little bit of a gray area in that we've gone through this process before. We've accepted other roads, but yet we do not have an established policy of how this should flow. And what I'm asking the board to do is to take the first step, if you think that this is a reasonable road to go forward with, and ask that staff bring back to the county a procedure which county could sign on to, so that the citizens of that live on Bell Forbes Road could look at that policy and decide whether they want to proceed.
I don't have an issue making a policy, but I want to make sure, Howard, that policy fits exactly what we made Summerwind do, and that policy would also apply to Crump Road, too, because, you know, we sat here and said we weren't going to do anything with Crump Road, and I told Filbert, just because we like you doesn't mean we can treat you any different than anybody else. That was my point.
Yep.
And I think in Summerwood, Cleve, we made them give 60-foot right-of-way, right?
I think that Commissioner Merritt, on Crump Road, with all due respect, there are some issues with Crump Road that are very different from a high and dry road. Okay, so that may.
You know my point. I want to make sure it applies to
Yeah, and
everybody.
that's what the policy hopefully will do. Okay, and identify. Well, of course, it can't identify all possibilities, but I think that the citizens need to have a policy in front of them so that they could know, if they want to do this, what steps they have to take, potentially how much money it would cost them.
That's fine, because
Okay,
we're
that's
going through
what-
that with another road on Lonnie Raker up there, but Cleve, what's the standard, look, what do we make Summerwood do, Summerwind? I always get them.
I don't remember I think it was 50 foot. It might have been 60, but it was an established, it was established right away.
We made them, okay.
Whatever it was established.
Okay, it was already established via easement. It wasn't owned by the county, but we made them give it to us. So we need to set up some minimum right-of-way that we would take for a county-maintained road. It would have to include a cul-de-sac on a dead-end road to turn fire trucks and ambulances around, I would assume. So, you know, it's not as simple as start grading a road. And, you know, I tried. We talked about that, and I'll go along with it if it applies to everybody. That's my only point. And if we say 50 feet of right-of-way is enough, that's 10 feet below the county standard, that's fine. And that's really going beyond, because the way it used to be, you used to have to pave it before the county would even take maintenance
Well,
on it.
I think we need, that needs to be, that's part of this policy that we need to, is there needs to be a rationale as to why it's only 50 feet, or why, you know, our standard should be 60, and there's got to be a rationale as to why it should be less than 60.
I agree.
You know what I mean? Is it an alleyway? You know, what is that? But our standard should be 60, and then we have to come back and they have to justify
In
why.
fact, there is a standard that says you can go down to 40 if it's a canopy road.
Right.
Remember when that came up years
Yes.
ago? So, you know, maybe if it's the length of the road,
It's amazing we're to this point. We don't even have a policy
well,
on.
the county in the past never took private roads over. Summerwood was the first one that I ever remember.
We're doing it now, so like you
So
said.
we're going to say we're going to take everyone that comes forward?
Everyone that meets a standard, I think we have to treat everybody the
Doesn't
same.
mean we
There has
pay.
to be a process and a standard established, I think, for everyone to match up to.
We do have a, I don't know if
But-
you
but
want to
I
call
am
it
in-
a
I
policy,
am
but we
in-
do have
okay,
a
go ahead.
procedure that Heather come up with that we used on Summerwood, and we've had some other neighborhoods approach us, and when we give them the package, and it states, the clear title, you know, the established right-of-way, it has to be deeded to the county.
Does it
So-
say what the right-of-way needs to be? Does it mention cul-de-sacs, right-of-ways?
That's we gotta update that.
Things up though, I mean, part of that process is how you get paid for. With Summerwood, that was sort of board direction, we're gonna take this road.
First one we ever did.
And then we worked through all the title issues, and because we need to have minimum standards for the type of right-of-way, and if there's, you know, road condition standards.
We don't want to
all
accept the
those
road
types
that's a
of
piece
things.
of junk and then have to end up accepting it, and then, like, Swamp Road, just for example, have to go do a whole bunch of work, because as soon as we own it, the phone's gonna start ringing. But you need to come down here and grade my road.
Look at what we've tried to do in the past, we got a package, but what we've found, we'll give these packages out probably to 6 or 7 neighborhoods.
Just fill out a card.
They don't follow through with it.
Well,
They just go.
probably why is one of the big costs, of course, is the boundary survey of the right-of-way,
And they have to pay the cost and that type of
they
stuff.
gotta pay the cost.
Well, but also it's making sure you're clearing the title work,
Right,
the
and
title.
I'll second your
Release
motion,
from their
Howard.
mortgage
Release from all the mortgage
Form a
companies, that's
policy
right.
to handle these in the future.
But I'd like,
I would be in favor of a starting the process, but I do agree that we need to have a consistent process that we're following.
okay,
Yes,
but in addition to that, I would like at least to recognize that the board looks favorably upon Forbes Road as a potential
Yes.
road that the
Yes.
county may
Meets
take
the
over.
standards
Yes.
that we set, then absolutely.
Would the homeowners on Forbes Road prefer to have a paved road? Because we have a procedure for that. If we're gonna go down this road, why don't we
They're coming
try
off
to,
of Council Moore, which is unpaved.
so why don't we try to tie all that together? We got a procedure, use that procedure, and that way, we're not inheriting more maintenance costs. They're getting a better road, and there's not ongoing maintenance of
I
it.
think there's...
I've got one citizen to
Okay,
speak on that
but-
road. Let's let the citizen.
Sure,
then
let the
we'll-
citizen speak.
Okay, I'm Philip Smith. I live at 48 Belfort Lane. When we bought this property, the road right-of-way was deeded. It's a 30-foot right-of-way. Nobody owns it. It belongs to the community. Everybody in there has agreed to give it to the county to get it fixed. I've lived there approximately 11 years. We never had any problem with the road until your garbage trucks just tore it up. Mayor told me today that we should ask for a small garbage truck. Well, nobody's ever told anybody that. What we want now is the county to take and maintain the road and grade it, or put the road back like it was and put a small garbage truck in there. But right now, you can lose a Volkswagen in the road.
Would that be a good solution? Because that'd probably be cheaper for us to do.
Well, we can't do that. We can't go on private property and do anything to that road. If we do that there, we gotta do it on Swamp Road.
That's right.
Yeah, West Road do it.
Waste Road, that's right, that's...
Well, we'll give the right-of-way to the county. They come in there and grade the road on schedule, just like do Council Moore. Because Council Moore Road has been promised to us
Did you say there?
9 or 10 years to be paved. Is it paved? No. Now they got a Dollar General store or whatever at the end of it. You got a doctor's offices there, and you cannot turn to get into the doctor's offices where y'all let the intersection be put there. If you do, you're crossing over yellow lines. If you got a state trooper behind you, whenever you cross over the yellow lines, you're gonna get a ticket. I go out the other way, so it won't bother me. But you got elderly people going to the doctor's office. That intersection shouldn't have been approved like they got it. And all we've asked is a fair shake for our road and Belva and Council Moore Road.
Is that something, just on another issue to what you've just brought, is that something that our community
Well, I
traffic
just said,
safety
you know what you
team,
let by right there.
our community traffic safety team can look at that in an additional issue?
Well, that's a
That's a different issue.
right away.
We need to talk, I know
That's
that,
a
I think
DOT
it's temporary
issue.
paint right now, it hadn't been thermoplastic, so, Philbert, I did go look at it after you and I met at Hardy's, and I agree, it could bring that back some, so you could turn in a little better, maybe we can get with DOT and get that.
Yeah, we'll talk to DOT.
Okay.
So that entire road has a separate deed and it's not attached to the property, so we
No,
wouldn't need to get, well, other than the right-of-way is not wide enough.
All the people in there has agreed to sign it over to the county.
would they give
Or
a
the county-
50 or 60 foot right
I
away?
want to ask you this. The county approved that subdivision with that road.
That's a private road, though.
Yeah.
When I told Philbert, my thing is you gotta treat everybody the same.
I agree.
See, I'm not gonna sit here and lie to you.
Whenever we took Summerwood, we made them do what, 60?
I think so.
It was,
And I'm
Well,
not,
let us take a, let me and Cleve, we'll go take a look at it and
I'm-
let you know
I'm
if this is
in-
one of
well-
those samples we could say we could reduce it down. We just need to look at it.
I'm in favor, I mean, as far as a head nod, I'm in favor of us, you know, if everything lines up in the process, I'm in favor of us of accepting the Belforb's right away.
But and we still got a
motion
process.
is we
Just
gotta
ahead
get a
nod.
policy first,
That's right.
and that we definitely will consider this road as
The board looks favorably on
looks
this.
favorably,
Yeah,
yes.
that's
But
what
we
I'm
gotta
trying to
make
say.
sure the next person that comes up here, here's what they had to do, you have to do the same thing.
And that's only fair.
Because I go back to this, in Brook Forest, we paid out of our own pocket to pave that road, and then we tried to get the county to turn it over, and the county said no, because it was an easement and not a right-of-way.
I would encourage them to try to use our paving policy and
There is a 88-1 ordinance that's called something different now, but that's how we paid Brook Forest, was the county finances the pavement, and they're assessed it on their taxes, so it's a lot cheaper. Philbert, listen.
I don't know, I don't think he's
and it could be both roads, Council Moore and Belforb's, yeah.
That's meant for private roads.
Council Moore is already can't, yeah.
Philbert, I was telling, the way we did Brook Forest, the county has a program where the county will pay up front to pave the road, and 30 feet in that case will be fine, we don't care. And y'all are assessed over the years to pay for the pavement, instead of everybody having to come with the money up front. That's the same way Northwood subdivision did, right?
It could be on public neighborhood roads as well.
It can be, but who's...
Same.
Okay, anyway, I seconded Howard's motion.
Okay. And that's, just let this ball start rolling, and let's see if, staff can come back as soon as possible with ideas of the policy, and then we can possibly approve that, and then go on with this.
I agree. We have a motion, and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Next, we'll move to attorney items. That was all your items, wasn't it, Mr. Commissioner? Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I just have one quick,
That'd be real quick.
it is, we talked earlier tonight about the advertising requirement for the land development continuances, and there's a number of other things that we've pointed out that probably in your due public notice section of your land development code could be looked at and revised. It contains a lot of standards that are in excess of what state law requires, and in some of these instances it does cause
You need an agenda item for that, or can we
So,
just give you a head nod?
if you guys want us to look at revising that section and
I
bringing
do.
it back.
We've already got a draft, Heather. In fact, I can get it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
And I don't know if there's a way to advertise, in the initial advertisement, say, you know, this is this, if it's continued, the next meeting will be then. And then you don't have to wait.
That's
It's
included.
3 extra little words, but it would, okay.
Yep.
So,
There's a lot of problems that we're addressing in
I
there.
actually am thinking about things then, right?
Mhm.
Right?
That's right.
All right.
That's all.
David, administrator items.
The only thing I've got is, congratulations, Commissioner Thomas. He was selected one of 30 seats for the Florida Association of Advanced County Commissioner class.
And he's paying for it himself.
He
too.
also received one of 8 full scholarships of a savings of about $450. So
That one I don't have to pay for. University of Florida is paid for.
That's good.
Where's the
That's an
class
honor.
at?
Alachua. Gainesville.
I'd like to say that I've taught Mr. Thomas everything he knows.
That's not a good place to take your kids for a vacation.
Yeah.
Is it at the Trio Center or something?
That's all I've got,
It's
Commissioner.
at a hotel there. Yeah, I don't know.
I think that's a high honor, and
Yeah.
I appreciate the way that you're representing Wakulla County around the state. That's a high honor for our county.
Maybe you'll be up there with Brian Deloge one day.
Trying to do my job.
Yep. All right, we got discussion issues by commissioners. I guess the only one that's listed is Commissioner Kessler. We'll begin with you, and then we'll just work our way down.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just rapidly, just a series of things. One is we've,
Hold on, do we not have anyone for the second citizens to be heard?
Do we have, okay, never mind, I skipped, I got ahead of myself. I got a handful of citizens to be heard for the second part. Thank you for keeping me in line here. All right, first citizen, Mr. Charles Hickman, followed by Mr. John Trice, and then Dana Peck. Pass.
Gentlemen, it's been a long meeting. I know you want to go home. Tonight, I'm a little bit ashamed and discouraged of the actions of this board. And I'll tell you why. A valid request, a valid motion was made by one commissioner, and then another commissioner chimed in and made a political game out of it. That's all it was a political game. One commissioner suggested a reduction in taxes by 1%, and he had the numbers to back it up as where it was going. None of the rest of you would submit to having any discussion on that. But it was obvious he had the numbers. But on the other hand, Mr. Moore decided that he was going to play the political game and try and show that he was willing to reduce taxes even more. Let's go to 5%. But Mr. Moore, it was obvious you didn't have the numbers. Now, when it comes time for the election, you can sit there and think that you played a political game with the voters of this county, but I can assure you you didn't with me. Because it's a situation where you can say, oh, I voted and I wanted to reduce taxes even more. But guess what? When it comes time to apply that to a budget, when you vote for the budget, you're voting for whatever taxes is necessary for that budget. So it doesn't make a hill of beans whether or not you wanted to reduce it to 5% or you just wanted to avoid any discussion on it. And the rest of the board, you sat there just like a bunch of rocks, and I'm ashamed of it.
Next, we have John Trice. Just for the record, the chairman can't make a motion or second. So you spoke in the first citizens to be heard, Mr. Trice.
Yeah.
So once you've spoken in the first citizens to be heard, you're not allowed to speak in the second. It's a policy that we have.
Really?
Yes, sir.
I just say what I want to anyway. Jerry, some piece you put in the letter in the paper. You got a lot of gall. You ought to get your ass out of Wakulla County.
Ms. Trice? Thank you. Miss Dana Peck, you said you passed? All right. That's all the citizens that I have. Okay, so now we will move into the discussion items. Mr.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had discussed at times past, and several commissioners insisted about wetlands, local protections, and wetlands can't be built in. The state won't let you do it. In sort of quotes or semi-quotes, paraphrasing. We're only talking about buffers. So I figured the best way to answer that was not just saying what I said, which is not true. I went to the state and got the actual state permitting, not what's illegally done, but what the state legally allows. And so for a period of 5 years, what the state lists, they have different categories. Acreage permanently lost, we're talking about wetlands. Acreage temporarily disturbed, acreage preserved. We lose approximately 12,000 acres of Florida's wetlands during that period of time.
What time period was that, Howard?
It began in 10/8.
2008?
Yes. and ended in, these data that I have ended in 9/13.
3-year period.
5.
5. I've never been good at math.
It's that fuzzy math. Yeah. But it was close. I also received from the state I requested to find out on Commissioner Moore's intersection of 98 and 319 that if there was a way of the county not picking up, we were already committing ourselves to $13,000 in consulting fees, and if there was a way that the county could not have to pick up that moving of the utilities, the cost of that, and I was told, and I think you may have received the copy of that they're holding us to task on that.
I've asked for, as I mentioned to you, Dr. Kessler, I've asked for DOT for clarification of that, because when we read the statute that, or the rule that the legislature had put forward, this is a perfect application of that. I've asked DOT to give us the reason why this doesn't apply to that. So I'm still waiting on that.
Good.
Waiting on that.
I hope you prevail.
That's for Racing counties?
Yes, for Racing County, and it fits the, I mean, this is the poster child for that thing. And in fact, that was, there was another thing that I had questioned DOT about as well during that same time that they had written wrong, and they're going back and fixing that as well.
Yes, I remember that thing.
That's right.
Yeah, it just seems amazing to me that the state can require us to do that, not having had the workshops and everything else that you would think would be basic to them. And so the citizens didn't have a role in that, and they basically say, but you're going to pay for it.
I know they made us do it on 98 when they widened it through Panacea. We had to move several air relief valves. Cleveland, remember? Look at nodding his head over there. And the county had to pay for it.
Yes, and the county did have workshops prior to them doing that.
It was just a resurfacing project.
Yeah, but anyway. They let you know what the project is. They want your input. They didn't do that.
And I think, speaking of that, if I could, Howard, I got a memo today. David, you have 90% or 100% plans on the intersection now?
100%.
So if anybody wants to look, David's has the plans.
Yeah,
on
I
that.
asked for them, and the door was locked, and people were trying to jimmy the door open, but it didn't work.
It was right outside.
See that?
And they also
I just got them today.
What's the other project you have 100% plans for? There's two
sidewalk.
of them.
Oh, really?
Sidewalk to the school.
You just got them today?
I just got them today. Now, I wasn't here Friday. I was in Pensacola.
See, and Friday they sent out to me that we all probably received that letter. It was Thursday or Friday that go to your county administrator. He has the plans.
Right, and I've got
them.
Now you do. Now I do. I got them as of this morning.
Okay, great.
So anybody that wants to look at either the sidewalk going to the school, which is a great project, or that intersection can see exactly what DOT is doing.
Great. Anonymous complaints, I said I'd certainly be the willing person if a citizen didn't want to put their name on a complaint, that I would do that. But there's two things. I've received several, and usually what I try to do is go out to the site, see if I think it's a valid complaint, understand what the complaint is, and if I think it is, I'll pass it on. If I don't think it is, I won't. But I think that I'd like to urge the citizens to define what their actual complaint is. So just don't sort of ramble with just say, what do you think is in violation? What do you think that the county needs to be fixed?
Not just something's ugly, in other words.
Or I received one, it's anonymous, so I can't really talk about it, but it really was tough to decide what the actual complaint was.
I do admire you for making that offer that night, Howard.
I'm shielding you from stuff. And then just counterbalance what one of our commissioners said at a prior meeting, or maybe the last meeting, a little disparaging, or a lot disparaging about education. And I'd like to read just a little few sentences from a living Native American who wrote, "Education can be used to make a nation great. A well-educated nation is a strong nation. The higher the education level, the more productive the nation. The more educated the citizens are, the healthier and more intelligent the nation becomes. Thank you.
Is that it, Mr. Commissioner?
Yes, it is.
All right, Commissioner Thomas?
Yes. For the last year, we've been working on wetlands. Hate to bring it up one more time, but I got some good news. Just wanted to let folks know that last week there was a complaint made about a potential wetlands violation, dumping of dirt on a piece of property. I don't know the final outcome of that yet, but I happened to drive by the next day, and when I drove by, I stopped, and Summer from the planning department was there. There were 4 other people there from the Northwest Florida Management District and from DEP. And so, you know, my takeaway from that is we've been told for the past year that there's only 2 people at DEP that even care about wetlands in the entire Panhandle. And all 4 of those 2 were there.
All 4 of those 2? All right.
This is a great math session tonight.
Exactly.
Don't forget to mention, for those that don't know Summer, she's a county employee.
Exactly.
Will you two be
Exactly.
for the budget, back for the budget?
I'll have it all figured
All
out.
right,
Yeah.
great.
No taxes for anybody, Howard.
So there were 4 people there the very next day to investigate, and like I said, I do not know the outcome of that, but apparently people do care about protecting the wetlands, and there were folks from both agencies as well as the county that was there to investigate it. And so I want people to rest assured that no one is just going to turn a blind eye and allow things to happen improperly. They were there. We'll see the final result at some point.
And it was handled by the state authorities.
Absolutely. And just one more thing, we've got a gentleman that helps us get the word out to people at home week after week. I don't know if you see Mr. Paul Beeman in the back of the room back there, but he hasn't been with us for a little while, and I just wanted to say welcome back. Glad to see you back here.
Good. Good for you.
Rock on, brother.
All right, I don't have a whole lot. One thing I did want to ask, just for clarification, like the awards and presentations that we have at the beginning, is whenever there is a PowerPoint presentation, is there already a pre-established?
That was one of my items to talk about.
You know, if there's not, if there's not.
2 hours is getting a little out of hand.
I think we need to, because it's getting consistent. I mean,
No offense, Bob.
we've had some really great presentations tonight. It's really great, but at the same time, it was starting to get consistent where the whole first hour and a half is our awards and presentations. And wanted to ask the board if you would be willing to establish a process. If someone has a presentation or a PowerPoint, that they be, you know, just told ahead of time, keep the whole presentation short and sweet within 5 minutes.
I was talking to Jessica, and the norm has been, and Jessica chime in whenever, is they're to be kept to 5 to 10 minutes, and also
Which one, 5 or 10? Because those are
5 to
magnitude.
10.
Huh?
5 to 10. 5 to 10.
That's-
And also that we will not allow anyone to present unless that the Friday before the meeting, at least by that time they've given us their PowerPoint program. The problem is that gives us time, number one, to look at it and make sure somebody doesn't slip. Not that, you know, Bob would do that.
You mean like a topless oyster or something?
Exactly, because you can't ever tell. But also it allows us to work like today. Bob's presentation had a problem with the
Sound.
vault.
But if we have a technical, but
So that's what I mean, and so what we'll start doing is we will start adhering to that, and we'll force these.
And try to stagger them out, or maybe have a maximum number of award and
Well,
presentations.
I will work on that
Or-
with as that goes
That's
forward.
up to y'all. Half of these y'all want on there, so.
So I'd say let's limit to like 4, and then
Yeah.
5 to 10 minutes each, because 2 hours, I mean,
Do you want to amend your meeting policy to provide a time limit on?
I'll bring it back as agenda item if y'all want me to.
I think we need
So
to.
you don't have to.
Yeah, I think we need to. Yeah, now, you know, it's very important to have these presentations to get the information out, but for the process of the rest of the meeting, I think we need to have it. You know, like if we did 5 minutes, we had 6 tonight. That's still 30 minutes.
Well,
Making it
but
10,
I think like Bob's was fine,
Yeah,
because he didn't
Bob's
get
was
into
fine.
how a larva or spat attaches and grows and all this stuff. So, and that's good. He could have, but you know, there's a difference between a presentation on idea and a sales pitch.
And you know how I used to handle...
We need an appetizer, not a meal.
That's right. We just need the appetizer. We don't need a T-bone steak.
Yeah.
A couple of them, you can get college credits after listening to.
I think that's what them girls are here for. They're taking notes now.
Well, y'all keep in mind too that you just came off your single high, so we're kind of backed up a little bit too. And that's I think
Well, they could have been put off to another meeting too,
If you wanted to bring that back as an
I'll do
agenda,
it.
you know, 5
We
minutes.
can talk about it then. Howard, you were gonna, look like you had some concern on your face.
Yeah, just, well, one thing is, whatever kind of limitations on the PowerPoint, that it really be enforced for everyone.
Absolutely.
Because we've had unbalanced presentations, I guess, in the past.
No,
Okay,
the rule
and-
applies to one person, it should apply to everybody.
And then, you know, I think that 4 might be a little too little, and maybe 6. And, you know, I don't think it's a big deal for the board to dedicate a half hour an evening for presentations.
I agree. But if you got 6 at 10 minutes each, that's an hour. So if it's 6 at 5 minutes each, I'm fine with that
At least
too.
30.
Which we'll talk about all that
Okay,
later.
yeah, that was my fuzzy math.
That's right.
Anyway, that's mainly what it is I had, you know.
I had, here again on the wetlands, I had 2 physicians from Atlanta send me a letter that they had bought years ago, property in Panacea, and due to the wetlands buffer on a buffer that the county had put on, that they were unable to build their homes. And now that we had removed the buffer, that they would be able to go ahead. So it's, and they're not building in the state buffer, they're just building where they should be able to. And one other thing that happened, I guess this week or a couple of weeks ago, we had a meeting over at Wakulla Springs about the lease of a state park property for an environmental institute was going to do environmental education using the property. And there was probably the balance was probably 50-50. But we have a group of people in this county that object to anything that would help the economy of this county, that would bring people to the county, and basically improve the county. The proposal that the Wakulla Institute wanted to use that property with was a minimal approach. They had negotiated with a horse park. The people did not want the horse park. They accepted that. They negotiated a 60-unit RV park. They negotiated down to 30. They wound up negotiating on what's that sink name? Cherokee Sink, that the young people of this county has used for swimming for 100 years and have done no damage to the sink. And somehow, and Bob, I hold you responsible for negotiating 30 parking spaces for that sink. You absolutely should not have negotiated that with those folks. They don't make your policy for you, and you negotiated to a point where that they couldn't be 40 people swimming in the sink. So I think you did wrong in that. But the real problem here is that TCC came to our county as an education, as an institution to help the people, to give us education. They have established a college here, and that college will expand as their courses expand. It saves the students here thousands of dollars in transportation costs going up. They're not forced to be here. They're not forced to be here. If we give them enough trouble, if we object to everything that they're trying to do, and they are an environmental institute, it's not as though we'll call Joe Blow the developer. This is an environmental institute that's trying to do the very best they can with environmental programs, as you could see in the paper this week. There's a number of counties that are in the surrounding area that would love to give them anything and everything that they wished, and we're objecting to anything and everything they're trying to do. You gotta give them a little time to do their work. But that's just my 2 cents, but I support them 100%.
Hey, Randy, before I go to that, I just want to piggyback on that real quick and say that I also do support the Wakulla Environmental Institute. That it happened, I was in the Sopchoppy City Park just last week, and there was a camper that was there, an RV camper, and they were from South Florida, but they had come to, but they had driven their RV all the way up here, but they came up here and they were wanting to see Wakulla Springs. They drove their RV all the way to Wakulla Springs, but there was nowhere nearby to camp at. So then they came back to Sopchoppy and they camped at the RV at Sopchoppy, and then they drove to see Wakulla Springs. And they had told me whenever I was there talking to them, they was asking me, they in their own words, that camping and state parks went hand in hand together, and they were surprised not to see a RV campsite there. And I think they really highlighted a need, that there is a need that if a RV campsite ever did get put on that property, there's 6,000 acres with the Wakulla Springs State Park. If a RV site ever did get put on there, whether by the Environmental Institute or whether by the state, I think that the Springs would directly benefit from it. We were glad to have them camping there at the Sopchoppy Park, but they had come really to camp at the Wakulla Springs and they weren't able to. So I also support their initiative. Go ahead, Mike.
Randy's the official winner of the board meeting time guesser. I had 10:15, she had 10:30, and I got one item real quick. For the folks out there worried about the absence of the wetlands ordinance, meaning mass wetland destruction, I'd just like to remind everyone, the city of St. Mark's, which is at the join of the Wakulla and St. Mark's River and is full of wetlands, has never been subject to the county comp plan, has never been subject to the county wetlands ordinance. I talked to Zoe. They've never had a wetlands ordinance in St. Mark's. She said they default back to the state, and it's not mass hysteria and wetland destruction in St. Mark's. I'll end with that and motion to adjourn.
Second. All right. Thank you.
Missed it by 2 minutes, Randy.
Pretty good.
Have a good evening.
You too. Take care.